since President Rosick is on a cell phone. And let's see, board members will be called upon to speak if there are members of the public on the call that desire to speak on a topic that is not on the agenda. They will be provided an opportunity to do so under citizens to be heard on the agenda. We will allow the public to speak following a village board member discussion on items following the board discussion. To ensure an efficient meeting, members of the public should not speak until called upon to do so. Are there any members of the staff on the call? If you could please just identify yourself.
Village Manager Rebecca Ewald.
Village Clerk Sarah Bruckman.
Public Works Director Leanne Butchlick.
Planning and Development Director Bart Griepentrog.
Health Department Director Ann Christensen.
Fire Chief Robert Whitaker.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name, sir?
Robert Whitaker, Fire Chief.
Thank you.
And Pete Nimmer, Police Chief.
Okay, and if that's it, then any members of the press on the call in my dreams. Okay, members of the public on the call that wish to speak, have you identified yourself to the clerk, please?
I do have two that have identified themselves that will speak during citizens to be heard.
Okay, thank you. So we will proceed to the first item on the agenda. Has the meeting been publicly noticed?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law. Right now I show all village board members present except for President Rosick, but if she joins in, I will write down her time she joined.
Okay, thank you. Special order of business number 4, item A. And I believe in the packet that's on 58.
What is it?
A staff report. I think it's 58.
Oh, no, I meant with the item itself. Sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me.
Consider trick or treat.
Is there any staff input? I believe Director Christensen.
Yes, thank you. There was a memo that Village Manager Ewald put in your packet about recommendations from the Health Department. Both CDC, our guidelines come from both CDC and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. And it recommends that communities not schedule village or citywide trick-or-treat events. And the primary purpose of this was to avoid large gatherings of children and families. There are a lot of guidelines out there, including ones we put out for communities that wanted to move forward or smaller neighborhood groups with trick-or-treat options to minimize the risk of transmission and to do it in a safer way. Our concern, though, more broadly, is just with the rising number of COVID-19 cases, both in Shorewood and around North Shore, that events like trick-or-treat are going to bring together people in gathering limits that exceed the current guidelines that we have out there of 50 people. And then again, more broadly, just anytime that you have non-household members together, you're going to increase the risk of transmission in those types of settings. So our broader concern is just, again, with bringing people together from outside of individual households. Should the Village of Shorewood proceed with scheduled trick-or-treat, again, we do have guidelines that provide recommendations for how to do it safer. So those are certainly available. And I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, should we, let's see, I think President Rosick?
Hi, Trustee Stokebrand. I was able to get internet connection, so if it's okay, now that I have the laptop and I can see all participants, I would like to chair the meeting.
Okay, I cede the chair to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Director Christensen. Is there any trustees that have questions on trick-or-treating? Trustee Carpenter.
Director Christensen, I have a couple of questions because I did some research and it looks like we are the only community in the North Shore that is not considering, or that is considering canceling trick-or-treating. Fox Point, Bayside, Whitefish Bay, or Glendale are all, and Brown Deer, all keeping their trick-or-treat. And so as a parent who have had our kids have had nothing to look forward to. You know, I really struggle with this, and I really struggle with comparing if everyone's outdoors, following social distancing and wearing masks, how this is any different than, say, our farmers market or a protest, and how the transmission is any different.
It's a great question. I mean, I struggle that too as a parent and share your concerns. I think that some of the differences are that those communities have determined that they're able to keep to the guidelines that are again being recommended with you know, doing it in a more safer way and trusting their residents to take that responsibility for, you know, putting out whether it's individual bags of candy for kids to pick up to minimize that interaction between people. I'm not saying to ban trick or treat. I'm just saying to consider different and creative ways to not have, you know, and again, I don't know if this is feasible for Shorewood, but to not have the full village all at once, you know, moving through so that you've got thousands of kids on the street. And if there are ways to do it creatively where you have more blocks or neighborhoods or smaller groups, or considering doing it with on an individual level with smaller family units, so that you're again minimizing that large scale gathering of people walking through the streets. It's a really tough thing to balance. I think you're very right in terms of it's an outdoor event. You know, can we do it in a similar way to farmers market? And you know, again, with the recommendations from CDC and DHS not to have it, that's kind of where the health department has landed in terms of not being able to support full-on trick-or-treat just because of the risks of gathering and where we are, especially with our transmission levels being where they are at this point in the pandemic. So it's really at the community level and the municipality level to make the determination whether you feel like it's going to be something that's going to be doable by your residents, and the other communities have opted to move forward. I know that Milwaukee County, more generally, the city of Milwaukee has not made their determination about what they're going to do, or if they have, they haven't made it public. And then other communities in the south side of the county have opted to move forward. So it's a super big challenge that that I very much agree with you on. It's hard to balance in these tough times.
Trustee Carpenter, do you have a follow-up? And then we'll get to Trustee Warren.
Yeah, my only other sort of question is, what if our time in the until now was later in the evening, and obviously you have not been a part of our ongoing trick-or-treat conversation for years, but you know, a big part of trick-or-treat in our community is you know, being an inclusive and safe place for kids to trick-or-treat. So it's really hard to feel good about saying, like, we're going to do this exclusive block by block. That to me doesn't feel very inclusive of other people in our surrounding cities.
Mm-hmm.
But if we moved the time to from 1, I think it's 4 to 7, if we moved it to 1 to 4, that would maybe like potentially spread out places that people could go all at the same time, and maybe that would not have as many people in, you know, in Shorewood, and then, you know, and then moving to Whitefish Bay or vice versa.
Yeah.
So I just love your
yeah.
thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would agree that if you align with the other North Shore communities, then and have it at the same time, then you're going to keep children in this village of Shorewood more likely than if then you're going to have people spread out trick or treat over which community is having it at which hour, which is going to just increase the number of people coming and going between communities. Again, I can't say that that's going to be a safer event, but I do think that logically it's going to then spread it out or minimize the numbers of kids coming in to the area from certainly the North Shore communities.
Thank you.
Trustee Warren?
Thank you, President Rosick. First of all, thank you, Director Christensen. We appreciate your report and your thoughts on this. And this is as Trustee Carpenter said, this is a really tough decision. I mean, from what I'm hearing and how I'm feeling, I feel like we should align with the health department and the CDC's recommendations on this. We're in a once in a 100-year pandemic. And frankly, Wisconsin is seeing a spike such that it's becoming the epicenter in the United States of the pandemic, unfortunately. My question though is this, as we continue to think about this and have this discussion tonight, do we know when, I guess I want to ask, do we know when Milwaukee is going to make its recommendation? And I ask that because, you know, depending on what Milwaukee does, if Milwaukee, for instance, cancels and we're the first suburb north, we might see a big influx of people, which normally would be fantastic. I would love that. But, you know, now it might be something where we're seeing bigger gatherings than we would otherwise see. So, you know, everywhere from where I sit tonight, everything that I'm seeing kind of points me to we should say no. We shouldn't have trick-or-treating as something that's sponsored by our government this year. That said, I'm kind of open to a deferral of this until Milwaukee makes its decision to see if there's, you know, a change in the pandemic, which I think is unlikely, or, you know, seeing what Milwaukee does, or maybe there are more guidelines. So I asked the question, do we know when Milwaukee is making its determination on this?
I have not heard. I know that the health department and the health commissioner were talking about it, but I don't know if it's going to the council for approval or if the commissioner and mayor are making that decision. And then I don't know what their decision or timeline will be. I thought it would be already, but I am not right in that.
Point of order, could a motion be made that says, that is, that we follow the guidance of the city of Milwaukee, whatever that determination be? Is that something you're suggesting, Trustee Warren? Because you could make that motion tonight.
At this point, I'm not suggesting it. I'm still kind of ideating on this. So I'm not saying I would support it or I wouldn't support it, but I'm not suggesting it right now.
Trustee Menta.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is that if we were to say we don't want to have trick or treat or cancel it, I'm not sure how. We've already advertised it. I think it's already been in the newspaper. It's already out there. We don't really have a communication method to cancel it. People, I mean, a lot of people come every year, and I'm not sure how they would know not to come. And then we're going to have the same problem we have on masks and anything else of, you know, if somebody doesn't get the message and is handing out candy, or if people show up, I mean, what are we going to send someone to say, hey, there's no trick or treat? I mean, I think we're going to get ourselves into kind of a ridiculous position with this. And I also have to say, it has really made me think about why we are involved in determining trick or treat or Halloween times at all. I mean, nowhere I have lived other than Wisconsin has government gotten involved in Halloween. I mean, Halloween's Halloween, you know, like, I don't know why we even have our noses in it, to tell you the truth. So, I mean, at this point, I would support either like just saying, whatever, it's Halloween, we're not sponsoring it at any particular time. But I do have concerns about canceling that. We're going to have, we can't really cancel. We don't have a mechanism to cancel. You're muted.
Trustee Ursink and then Trustee Bockhorst.
I just want to say that, you know, we've put a lot of energy into into COVID, and I think our community has done a fantastic job being a leader throughout the North Shore, not throughout Milwaukee and throughout the state of Wisconsin. We have done a fantastic job, and I really don't want to, you know, lose all of those sacrifices we've made for some cheap candy. I know the kids want the experience. Everybody wants to get back to normal. We all want to go to events. We all want to go to parties. You know, it's not just kids, you know, but at the same time, I think Trustee Menta, you're right. No, people aren't going to get the memo that Shorewood's not doing trick or treat. So, I mean, from my perspective, I do think we have to say, you know, we have to say that we're not supportive of trick or treat because, you know, we're looking at the numbers. We're finding out that kids are super spreaders. If Milwaukee's closed, we're going to have so many kids in the village of Shorewood, you know, but I think what we can tell people is if you don't want to participate, don't participate. The only problem is we're still going to get kids in the community, and we really want to make sure that we're not contributing to a larger spike in the North Shore. And, you know, I mean, we didn't have shenanigans because, our event in, last March because we had 300 some odd cases. Those cases have exploded and we're considering doing trick or treat. So I just think we have to stay focused here. And this is just the year that we're writing off, because if we stay focused now, we can have trick or treat next year and for years to come, but we can't make we can't continue sacrificing and then just saying, oh, well, let's just throw a party. In respect to the farmer's market is an essential service, an essential community service deemed by Governor Evers. 99% of the people wear masks. 70% of the people are adults. And, it's outside, they do their best. They're not mingling, they're not talking. So I just see an issue with kids probably not adhering to the mask policy, grouping up, running around, and plus they haven't really had the opportunity to socialize. And now we're giving them this one day where they can just go all out and socialize. I just kind of see it as a bad look for our community. But at the same time, I don't think we can stop it. I just don't know what to do. I think we don't promote it. We say Shorewood's not going to participate. But if people come into our community and they're coming up to your door and they want candy and you have candy and you want to give it to them, that's not, nobody's going to get, ticketed or fined for that, but I'd say just don't participate and let's not promote. And let's just say Shorewood's staying strict and consistent with our messaging since, we have been in March and we're continuing that till now, until this virus is done.
Thank you, Trustee Ursink. Trustee Bockhorst?
Yeah, excuse me. I agree. These are unprecedented times, and there really is no easy solution. And I agree with a lot of the sentiment raised by many here. And to dovetail on what Trustee Ursink said, yes, we canceled so many things, and 2020 is kind of it's a pivotal. It is a wash in many ways. It's also an opportunity in many ways. So there is, again, no easy option. The kids will adjust. Sure, they'll be disappointed, but they pivot a lot easier than we do as adults. And it is too hard to regulate at this point, and it always would be something of this nature. With so many people coming in from so many different ways, this would require, I don't know what kind of support services in order to ensure that the social distancing and everything. Now, I say all of this with, we're finally having trick-or-treating on Halloween on Halloween night, which I've been advocating for since I joined the board in 2013. However, public safety, public health, and continuing to be, as I think it was Trustee Warren or maybe it was Trustee Ursink said, leaders and at the state level and the federal level, and the fact that we are a red zone right now. It's incredible the amount of numbers, how much we're spiking. As far as getting the word out, for if we were to cancel it, and I'm not saying I'm advocating for canceling trick-or-treating. I agree that I don't feel that we should be ticketing people or doing things if they do participate in this. But the fact that we are even talking about this right now, and when we vote on this, the media is going to get this out. We're going to have to take some hits about being joy killers and everything else, the ghost that killed Halloween or whatever they want to call us. And I'm fine with that. We were elected to make difficult decisions, and we're in a pandemic. It's a crisis when our own president of the United States has the virus, and up until recently and including now has denied that this was even a concern. So it's incumbent upon us. We are getting no federal leadership on this. Our state is so politicized, and our Supreme Court is pretty much the same. So I would say I agree. I don't know how we would phrase this, but I would say that it also to absolve ourselves, not only from any kind of legal issues, but also to do the right thing. I would say that well, I'm going to say two things, well, probably more. But one, I agree with Trustee Amenta, government getting involved in trick-or-treating in the first place. This goes back to that ICC decision with a bunch of white men in a room ages ago that decided 1 to 4 was a great Milwaukee County time. Okay. All of that stuff. Okay, I know that's no longer the case. But just because it's been done, government's been getting, it doesn't matter, they're getting involved in the past. That's another issue going forward. We just say, hey, it's not government's place to determine when trick-or-treat hours are. It's a personal decision. But the other thing is, I think we put out a very strong public statement saying, I think it was what Trustee Warren had said, we support the CDC, we align with so-and-so. But I'm willing to compromise. If you guys want to go with what Milwaukee's doing, which is our neighbor to the south, which is, in my opinion, as far as maybe not as socioeconomically similar, but as far as politically similar to Shorewood, I think we align much more closely with Milwaukee than we do with the rest of the North Shore. So I would say that we take either a neutral stance, which is this is when we publish, but we put out a statement saying we are not consenting to anyone trick-or-treating, and if you do it at your own risk or whatever legalese the attorney can come up with. Or we even go even ballsier and say, you know what, guys, it's 2020. We're all sacrificing for a variety of reasons. Let's all do our little part to ensure that the public safety and health of everyone is respected.
Thank you, Trustee Bachhorst. I'm going to make sure everybody had a chance to talk before I get back to going around the table again. Trustee Stokebrand and then myself. Do you have any comments, Trustee Stokebrand?
I would just say that I've had a lot of input from residents who prefer that we not have an organized trick-or-treat period this year because of COVID. And it's been like 5 to 1. And I respect that. And I think it's just, I would just echo what other people said about this is just a year where you have to make do. And so I would support not setting organized trick-or-treat hours this year.
Thank you. And just quickly, my comments. I agree 100% that with our health director, that we should support the recommendation from our health director. We should be leaders in our community, as Trustee Ursink and Trustee Bachhorst, and I believe Trustee Warren have stated. I do believe it should be canceled, and I don't agree that there is no way to get the word out. It's called the media, and that's how we got the word curfew. One time it was late, but the rest of the times when we didn't have curfews, the media is how we got it out. And I think that's just as appropriate. We're only at October, what is today, the 5th? What is October? We've got plenty of days, 10th, I don't know what you guys are, 5th, right? Okay, so we have plenty of days for it to get out into the media, and that's really the best way to get the word out anyways. And I do agree also that we don't ticket, we don't enforce. So if if somebody's handing out candy, well, they're handing out candy, but again, it's not endorsed by the Village of Shorewood. So that would be my recommendation. My only other comment was just to clarify that the ICC unfortunately did vote this year. After 10 years, that agreement for Halloween hours and government involvement did expire. And there was a vote this year. And unfortunately, the majority, including the county exec and the city of Milwaukee mayor, voted in the majority side to be involved in Halloween and trick-or-treat for the next 10 years. I voted nay. Trustee Carpenter.
The only thing I would say, and I get it. I mean, and I truthfully don't know my own family what we would do. But I would also just say that if we are going to be, if we're going to say that we are not sanctioning trick-or-treating, I think we should not be having anything sanctioned by the village, no block parties, no large gatherings of people, because I think, there's this, and I get it, what will happen is, little pockets of the village are going to do their own things, but I think as soon as we're having these, word gets out, because word will get out that we're not doing trick-or-treating, people will make alternate plans, which I think is, smaller groups is fine, but I think once we, start having other things happening in the village, that sort of defeats the purpose of not having trick-or-treating.
Does anybody else on the board have a second round of comments?
Are we going to make a motion on this?
Do we have any public, Clerk Brockman, do we have any public signed up?
We have Zach Lipozovic with his hand raised.
Okay, so if there's no further board comments at the moment, if it's okay with the board, I will then take public comment. Okay, go ahead and Sarah, call on the public.
Zach, if you wish to speak, you can unmute yourself and state your name and address, please.
Yeah, I'm honestly just I'm Zach Lipozovic at 2504 East Newton Avenue. I just wanted to touch on the brief point that Arthur made, and I agree with all of the board. I totally sympathize with Jessica being a parent right now for her children right now with this going on, and everyone else with just the massive stress that this whole pandemic has caused. But I completely agree with Arthur. I think that kind of abandon ship at this far point in would really be a disservice, not only to all the people who are feeling the effects of it, but also the people who have actually like paid the price from this pandemic. And I think that waiting for the Milwaukee's decision and kind of seeing where that lands us is a great idea. I just think one thing that I kind of wanted to echo on what Arthur said is I just think that comparing it to the protests and farmers market are two things that I just wanted to kind of point out. I think that those are two very different things, because at the end of the day, like as important as trick or treat is, and I get it, I was a kid, I love candy still to this day. As fun as trick or treating is, it is still just walking around getting candy. Kids can still dress up and get candy with their parents and run around in their costumes with a couple of their friends in their bubble. These protests need to happen. The people who are working the farmers market, those small businesses need income right now. And I agree that the village probably shouldn't sanction other large events like block parties. I'm not sure that that's even been happening. I certainly hope not. But I think that it's just important to clarify that there's, deeper meaning beyond just a large gathering of people in Esterbrook Park. It's those farmers, it's their livelihood right now. And I think that it's important when we're kind of making these distinctions to be aware of the deeper meanings behind those. So thank you all for hearing me, and I appreciate the work that you're doing tonight.
Thank you, Zach Lipozovic. Sarah, the next one.
There is no one else at this time with their other than Kathy Stokerbrand with their hand raised.
Okay, Trustee Stokerbrand.
I would like to make a motion that the Village of Shorewood refrain from setting organized trick-or-treat hours this year, and that we recommend that people follow the North Shore Health Department guidelines and the CDC guidelines for safe trick-or-treat activities in the year of COVID.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by the board? Trustee Carpenter.
Include maybe something about organized events.
I would.
It's not agenda size.
No, it organized events associated with Halloween. Trustee Carpenter, is that what you're saying? Like block party, Halloween block party?
Yeah. I mean, or is it that in the motion should we? I don't know. I mean, I think the purpose is to limit gathering. So I don't know if that's.
Is Attorney Bear on the line?
I'm here.
Hi, Attorney Bear. Can you
Good evening.
Let us know if, as Trustee Bachhorst has mentioned, it's not on the agenda. Is it appropriate that we could include Halloween block parties since they are associated with Halloween gatherings?
Well, I think if the motion were to also not promote or hold any village-sponsored events in conjunction with or in support of the 2020 trick or treat, that's certainly related to the agenda item. I think it's specific enough.
Trustee Stokebrand, would you consider? Okay, let me ask Trustee Stokebrand, and then I'll get to Trustee Menta before we do any type of voting. And Trustee Bachhorst, would you consider, Trustee Stokebrand, utilizing the language that Attorney Bear has provided?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we are, block parties are allowed, is that correct? Right now, we've been having block parties since Labor Day, or yes or no? I don't know.
That is accurate.
We have been having block parties, okay. I would accept a friendly amendment. Well, I don't know.
It should probably be two
I'm
separate.
not going to support that.
It would be two separate.
If someone wants to make an amendment,
this.
If someone wants to make an amendment, I would stand by my original motion.
Okay, thank you. I will make an amendment after we hear some questions. I see some hands.
Oh, I just wanted to say that some people have already gotten approval for block parties on Halloween. I know that for a fact. So we just need to clarify if we're taking back that approval.
Trustee Bockhurst.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that these are two separate things. The reason that I am not supporting a village-sponsored, village-wide trick-or-treating is because that's village-wide. It involves, I don't know what the block party applications, if there were safety plans, if there were other things involved. But this is opening up the entire village to trick-or-treating, house by house, people in the street, people. To me, these are two completely different things. I'm not saying that I'm not opposed to rescinding the block party permits, but I think that we have to be delicate here. We can't just say, oh, well, we don't want any kind of organized thing because this isn't happening. I'm not suggesting that's where you're going with this, Trustee Carpenter, but I would need, in order to look at revoking those, to look at what is involved in determining whether or not they were allowed to happen in the first place. That's kind of a bigger policy issue. Right now, I think we should deal cleanly with this issue. And then if we want to decide on the other one, then we should, but it should be a thoughtful debate, not based on, well, we can't do one, so let's not do the other. They're completely different things. And I don't know that anyone's having block parties or not. And that's a great discussion to have, and I welcome that discussion. But I would like us to keep this clean, and I will not support a friendly amendment on this.
Right, Trustee Warren, and then Trustee Carpenter, and then I have a comment.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points made by Trustee Bockhorst. I think to keep it clean tonight, we just focus on Halloween and trick-or-treating. I wouldn't support an amendment going further. That said, I am surprised about people having block parties, but however, I wouldn't want to start to make motions around those block parties sight unseen, without knowing any precautions they've taken, what the application looks like. If we wanted to look at that, I wouldn't be adverse, but I certainly would not want to do it tonight. I want to keep it. I think we should focus on just Halloween and trick-or-treating tonight. I think that's a big enough bite for this evening.
Trustee Carpenter?
Yeah, Trustee Bockhorst, I think that's a really valid point. I think obviously the focus is Halloween, but I do think that it is sort of a mixed message to say that we can't have Halloween, but that we can have 50 plus people block parties, and that the whole block can be blocked off and we can essentially have a party. I think we are, and we have been, a leader in all of this, but I think we just need to have a consistent message. And so if that means we need to come back and we need to relook at block parties, I think, obviously the season for block parties is quickly closing on us, but I think we need to be, consistent and say, that we are not encouraging groups of more than, I think CDC says 50, but there was a super spreader event in Maine that was 50 people. So that, that can happen too. So I think we just need to be consistent with all of our messaging around gatherings.
Before Trustee Bockhorst, Trustee Stokebrand, did you say you did not want to change the language? You did not agree with Attorney Bear's language, correct?
Correct. I want to stick with the refraining from setting official trick-or-treat hours in the village of Shorewood this year.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment, not a friendly amendment. And Attorney Bear, can you help me craft that from the original motion to include block parties, festivities on Halloween sponsored by the village?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a little bit. The suggested language that I had earlier was something along the lines of, in addition to not officially sponsoring trick-or-treating times and setting trick-or-treating times, that the village itself will not hold or promote any large group events such as a block party as an alternative to or in conjunction with the normal trick-or-treating. So if there's already been requests made and permits pulled and approved, I think that's another matter. I think that is a different agenda item. But if you wanted to include that, that as an alternative to bind the village to not holding some alternative block party or sponsoring some alternative large-scale event in conjunction with or in alternative to the 2020 trick-or-treating. I think that's okay, but I don't think you can get to, I think it's a bridge too far to pull permits that may have already been issued for block parties based upon the agenda item under 4A.
Okay, so someone could list that under future agenda items for the next agenda?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So then I will not make the amendment, and the motion stands. Is there any further comments?
I would just like to say, if I may, President Rozek, if people have their own block party, that's not a village sanctioned block party, correct? That is, they pull the permit, the DPW makes sure you can get your barricades, the police department knows about it, but that is in no way a village sanctioned event. And I would recommend that we not wade into the waters of block parties organized by citizens. In one way, that's, depending on the numbers and the protocols they use on each block, that's their own deal. And I respect that, and they should be able to do it. And I hope they're responsible. And I would just prefer as a village trustee to not get involved in the block party question at all. People who have their permit should get to have it. Good luck. I hope you do it right. And I would just address the village hours.
Okay, so Trustee Menta.
Yeah, I just want to say I am going to vote in favor. I mean, my feeling is people need to take responsibility, and people who feel comfortable participating in this, either handing out candy or having their kids, I feel like people need to make their own decision based on their own risk analysis and their own beliefs and whatever. But I am going to vote in favor of it because, like I said, I'm just rethinking the whole idea of us being involved in trick-or-treating to begin with.
Trustee Ursink.
I don't think it's so much about, I think us being involved, we're trying to stop the spread of a virus. And this is our opportunity to take that chance and say, hey, we're just not going to allow this. So, I mean, we have to be involved. If we weren't involved, the whole village of Shorewood would be much sicker than it is right now. So I think this, instead of figuring out the times of trick or treat, these are the things that local government needs to be figuring out and be working on. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Okay, so what can we, Trustee Warren, and then we will restate the motion and take a vote. Trustee Warren.
I was going to express my support for this. I mean, this is, I think, I can only speak for myself, but this is a very difficult vote. And I don't think I don't think anyone's happy about making this vote, obviously, but I feel like it's the responsible thing to do, even if we are kind of the standalone community that does this. I think it's the thing that we have to do in the midst of a pandemic. So.
Thank you so much, Trustee Warren. And so we do have a long agenda and we are past our time for this agenda item. Can you restate the motion and then we'll take a vote?
Yep. For the Village of Shorewood to refrain from setting organized trick-or-treat hours and to encourage residents to follow North Shore Health Department and CDC guidelines. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
President Rozek.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Let me see that. Can you read the next agenda item because I have to pull it up on my phone?
And it is a memo regarding jurisdiction authority for COVID-19. I believe Attorney Bear is presenting.
Attorney Bear?
Excuse me, I had to unmute myself there. I don't have a whole lot to add beyond what is in the memo. Pursuant to the governor's latest executive order number 19, which specifically relates to COVID, which was issued on September 22nd, it's really the Department of Health Services is the state agency that's been designated as the lead agency to respond to this public health emergency. And the way that they're doing that is in conjunction with the local health departments who've been granted the most jurisdictional power over regulation associated with group gatherings, conditions in businesses and restaurants and schools as well. There's really very little involvement with respect to the village itself, other than I did note that the governor's latest order does indicate that violations thereof can subject someone to a civil forfeiture of $200, which a forfeiture can be technically issued by the police department. But in regards to the day-to-day frontline work being done on protecting the public from COVID, again, it's DHS in conjunction with the local health departments. And I know that they've been working collaboratively with both the public and private schools within the village of Shorewood to try to keep children safe, whether they're attending in person or whether they're attending virtually, as it may be. With respect to the specific work that's being done in that area, I would defer to Ann Christensen from the North Shore Health Department, who can speak more cogently on the specific programs and sort of work that's being done across that divide, if you will, between the health department and the local schools, and how they're monitoring the health and safety of the students and the day-to-day things that are going on there.
Yeah, if that information is welcome, I can talk on a broad level what we're doing, and then get into a little bit more specifics when there's cases of COVID. So we've been working with the schools, the school superintendent specifically, actually since back in March, when we started to get cases of COVID, and have had ongoing discussions with them. And then throughout the summer, as DPI and Department of Public Instruction and Department of Health Services issued their Education Forward frameworks for schools to assess what their learning models are going to be, giving them this information as well as understanding about what would happen in their schools, both public and private, for when there will be COVID cases. And the primary information that they've all been given is that that learning model will affect the number of the potential for spread in the school, as well as the potential for people to be exposed and therefore quarantined. We've been really advocating for schools to make sure that they're able to social or physically distance children and staff, so that should there be cases of COVID in the classroom, that the number of students and staff are very minimally impacted. And then schools have determined which learning models are going to best be stood up for them to accomplish that. And obviously there's a range of learning models, both in Shorewood as well as across the North Shore, where you're seeing more of the private schools move to, being fully in person 5 days a week, to school districts like Shorewood that are virtual plus in this case, as well as fully virtual. So it's really that those decisions were made by the schools and the school districts and their school boards. We've guided them on the kind of the implications for COVID. Now that we've hit springtime, actually, I'm sorry, September is what I was going to say, but really we've hit October, and we've had cases of COVID in the schools, and have had impacts of that in terms of both children and staff who've tested positive. And then our job at the health department has been to determine who are the close contacts, defined very specifically by both CDC and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services, in terms of the 6-foot distance, 15 cumulative minutes in the school day guidelines, and then proceeded to determine who's in quarantine based on that. Really what we've seen is that the schools are doing a really good job of following these guidelines, determining who are those close contacts, and really minimizing the spread in the school environment, because they've either been able to keep the 6-foot, or that with the wearing of the masks has certainly also been helpful for limiting the spread. But then also being in the case of some of the school districts in the North Shore, in the hybrid model or in the virtual models, like the Shorewood Public Schools have done. So the schools have done a really good job, both identifying cases quickly, and then isolating and containing the spread of the virus in the school systems. So, it's really very early in the school year to just say that, everything is working great. But at this point in time, we've been able to really minimize transmission in those school environments. I'm happy to take questions, but I know your time is limited tonight, so I could go on, but if there are questions.
Trustee Ursing?
Thank you, Ann, for the update. I really appreciate that. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more specifically about St. Robert's School. There's been a couple cases at St. Robert's, and I think all of the trustees, I hope just not myself, but we've been getting a lot of, emails from parents, concerned teachers within the school about what's happening inside the school. Has the Health Department, North Shore Health Department, had a chance to review their safety plan? And what is your perspective on that plan, and what's your working relationship right now with St. Robert's?
Right. So starting with the working relationship, we have been in touch with them very frequently throughout this whole, throughout the whole reopening plan, both in September and August when they were creating their plan. They created their plan and then shared it with us. They did it rather independently in terms of creating the plan, having it approved, and then shared it with us. We offered them some advice in terms of additional measures that they can take. And then as the school year unfolded, when they had their first couple of cases, again, we were very much involved with them and helping to isolate the case, and then identify the close contacts and quarantine those close contacts, and using those as opportunities for how do we tweak these plans, how do we better create an environment where you're able to further minimize the number of students that are in close contact. How do we create better systems in place? So with the cases that we've had, I think we've been able to make some course corrections and some adjustments for the school. But in terms of the relationship, I mean, they've been very forthcoming with information with us and very much collaborating with us to make sure that we're keeping everybody safe. I know that there's been concern. Obviously, I'm concerned with a 5-day fully in-person model, but at this point in time, with the cases we've had, we've been, like I said, able to isolate and contain the spread of the virus. It doesn't mean that one case cannot turn everything around again, and we'll be back where we were and maybe making different decisions about where we are, or further, adjusting and looking at the model and seeing how it's working. But for today, right now, again, it's a pretty open line of communication, and we feel like they're doing what they can to keep the students safe. There's always going to be opportunities for how to make it safer, and we welcome that feedback from parents and staff. If they're seeing things or are concerned about things, we obviously take that feedback and share it with the school as well, and make those adjustments or make recommendations on those adjustments.
And you guys do have a safety plan from them, and you've reviewed the safety plan?
Yep. Yeah, it was the one that they had approved. I'm not sure what their committee was called, but it was approved at the mid to late August.
No, I saw some graphics that said, there's a stipulation in there that masks are, it's like optional for classrooms based on village board ordinance. I don't know if you've seen that or heard about that, but that was sent out, and I don't think we passed an ordinance that said that's optional in class.
No, I think that's been worked through in the last couple of weeks or so in terms of clarifying what the village ordinances are, as well as the state mandate, which wasn't in place at the time. So I believe that they have that message in terms of the requirements for masks.
Great. I don't want to go against, I'm all about safety in our community. We've been very strict, and we've made a lot of sacrifices, and I want to make sure that we continue being that leader. And the school makes me nervous, but yet, it's great to be able to see, where in-person school goes. So I'm happy that we're able to be doing virtual. Virtual has been going well for us at home here, but it'll be nice to see, a model for in-person within our own community, and how that works and how it unfolds as the seasons kind of progress. So thank you for answering those questions, Ann.
Any other trustees? Trustee Menta.
I mean, I'm glad that to see that there are schools, and I think Whitefish Bay had a couple cases too, and they've been able to contain it. So I'm glad to see that there are schools that are functioning hybrid and even five days a week. But I guess and I did have some emails back and forth with Ann this week. my concern is relying on a strategy of quarantining rather than testing. So for example, you know, if one kid tests positive and you identify close contacts within 6 feet, whatever, and tell those kids to quarantine. But if those kids and staff, whoever has to quarantine, if you you know, you could have someone who's asymptomatic, who if they're not tested and you don't know. So I don't understand why everyone on quarantine is not also tested, because then that person B who was infected by the original person, they have their own set of contacts. So if you're just quarantining but you're not following their contacts, then you know that that's a way for an outbreak to happen. And I will say, you know, I think a lot of my niece is at college at Wesleyan, and I've heard from other people who have, obviously not at Madison, at really big schools, but at smaller schools, or even Champaign-Urbana, they're doing, like, every kid is tested every 2 weeks, 100%. The New York City schools, there was an article in the New York Times, are considering doing random testing of between 20 and 50% of students every month. So, I mean, I really, and the issue of we don't have testing resources, I mean, I don't know what the situation is with the National Guard site, but that is free. It is relatively easy to do. I just feel like I'm not sure how we're going to navigate opening the rest of the schools unless we focus more on testing. And I guess I'm guessing that Ann will say, I don't have staff to do this, and I don't have budget to do this. And I guess what I would say is I would prefer from my seat that the North Shore Health Department come to us and the other 7 communities and say, I need another $100,000. I need another $200,000 to increase testing. Because I mean, at this point, the pandemic is the number1 thing. I mean, it's having economic impacts, it's having hardship on families. I don't know what single parents who work are doing. You know, it's not like everybody has their grandmother in town or someone to babysit, you know what I mean? So the pandemic is #1. And I personally, if you need another $50,000 from the village of Shorewood to have random and much more widespread testing, I would support that. I'm done.
Trustee Bachhorst, then is any other trustee have their hand up? Trustee Ursink, and then I have a comment. Trustee Bachhorst. Trustee Bachhorst? No? Trustee
I think she's trying to unmute herself. So maybe I can go real quick before she goes. I just, you know, there's another case that I failed to mention, that within quarantining at St. Robert specifically, if a child has it, that sibling doesn't need to be quarantined. The sibling can actually go back to school. So that's why I've gotten that message from several parents, that within the quarantine structure, a sibling can go back, and the child that's infected will have to stay back in quarantine, and members of the classroom will have to quarantine, but the actual sibling can go back to school. And then somebody also just sent me the updated masking policy, and the policy reads as follows: consistent with the Village of Shorewood mask ordinance, which exempts classrooms, all adults will wear masks indoors in the presence of other adults or children, except K4 through 1st grade teachers and intervention teachers, yada, yada, yada. So they're still using the verbiage of a Village Shorewood mask mandate ordinance.
Yeah, I don't know if
classrooms.
I don't know if they've updated their written plan, but my understanding from talking with the principal is that they've updated their process. So again, I'm happy to go back to the principal and make sure that that's also in paper, so that they're following the process and it's in policy.
I'd hate to have something like this distributed because we did not pass an ordinance which exempts classrooms, and it says Village of Shorewood, you know, which is, you know, not true. So if that's going around and that's what the principal is telling you, then there might be other things that are going under the radar as well.
Director Christensen, what is the age that we passed for the mask ordinance? Under the age of 4?
4.
So K4, if you're 4 years old, you're required to wear a mask.
Yep. And their K4, again, according to the principal, is wearing that. The kids are wearing masks.
Thank you. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion because I have been, quite a few people have reached out to me regarding this as well from St. Robert's schools. And I want to clarify, I'm talking about parents at St. Robert's schools, not others in the community, etc. And I have heard and I've seen what was passed on to all of us, I believe today, by Rebecca, by our village manager, regarding communications between or amongst, I guess, several players, but one of them being the health department. I also understand that, again, so one of the things that happens when we do consolidate or outsource, but in this case, consolidate with other municipalities, we don't have a health department that is directly responsible just to Shorewood, which makes Ann's job very difficult to have 7 or how many of their municipalities as bosses. And then we're not all on the same page. As we've seen with Halloween trick-or-treating, the rest of those North Shore municipalities are still conducting Halloween trick-or-treating. So we have very different ideology, very different ways about doing things, but we do have an ordinance and a state mandate. And one of the things that Milwaukee has done, and I'm not advocating that we exactly do this, but they do, and we can't make and review these plans, but there are, how do you call it? Applications that schools and businesses and others who do have mass gatherings, in this case, I don't know the attendance at St. Robert's, but they have to be approved by the health department. And it's a pretty onerous application process, and probably for good reasons, because part of it really makes these institutions think about their plan and detail out their plan. And then they're held responsible to abide by this plan. So anyway, I appreciate that we've gotten the communication that we have. I have heard of conflicting information from what is being practiced there, what is being said orally, what's being written, and what we did indeed publish. So I would want to make sure that, you know, I know that we also are not enforcers as the Village of Shorewood, but they are, St. Robert's is a school community that resides within our boundaries, and they are liable to the decisions that this body does make regarding public safety and our local ordinance, as well as the state mandate. So anyway, I don't know if maybe tonight's not the night, but maybe there is appetite at this board to look at perhaps moving towards that kind of model for anything that any organization that does have a larger scale of attendees. So I guess that's all I have to say on this. Thank you.
Attorney Barrett, point of order, would St. Robert's be just considered a business? I mean, we regulate all local businesses. They are a private, they make for profit, even though they're a school. Is that correct?
Is the question basically whether or not they would be subject to the ordinance?
Yeah, just like any local business.
Yeah, I believe that the ordinance would apply there, but keep in mind the state ordinance, or excuse me, the state mandate is essentially mirrors the language that was adopted by the Shorewood locally, and the discussion at the time was that if the state mandate were to be overturned or somehow expires or goes away, that the municipality would then essentially take over. So they're really, the enforcement mechanism at this point is under the state mandate is that a civil forfeiture can be issued if there's found to be a violation. The only penalty provision in the village ordinance is to send a letter to the offendee explaining the process and what they're supposed to do differently. There really is no enforcement provision in the village ordinance.
Thank you. Does anybody else have their hand raised? Director Christensen?
Yeah, just a couple of things to some of the points made about quarantining secondary contacts. So if somebody is positive and they have close contacts, those close contacts are in quarantine. That is the guideline from CDC, DHS, Health Department. In terms of the siblings of those close contacts in quarantine, that is true that those siblings are not required to be in quarantine unless the unless these contacts develop signs and symptoms and disease. So that is, again, protocol from the Department of Health Services that we are abiding by those guidelines. Should a school decide to be more strict with that, they are welcome to do that, but we're staying in the lane of following the guidelines of Department of Health Services for that. It does go back to the testing point that was brought up with regard to universal testing or even doing surveillance testing. And, you know, we are in essentially a shortage more broadly of testing supplies and testing, especially with the PCR testing, which is the molecular level testing. So it would be a challenge even if you gave me the 50,000 or 100,000 that I would need to be able to set up all the supplies needed for that type of testing protocol. There will be more testing coming. There's antigen testing. It's got, you know, its strengths and weaknesses. It's quick, but it's not always reliable. So there will be more testing available in the future to help us to know, again, whether those close contacts do go on to develop disease, as well as to do more, you know, more testing on people with signs and symptoms more broadly. So testing is coming. It's just right now we're just in a place where there's supply shortages, and really what I call you all to do as elected officials is really calling the state to provide that leadership to elected officials at the state to influence the national level, because that's really a lot of the places where we're struggling in terms of that testing strategy at the state and national level. So those are my two comments on those issues.
Thank you so much, Director Christensen. Is there any other questions from trustees? If not, do we have a motion?
There's no motion, but there is a citizen with their hand raised.
Thank you.
If we would like to take citizen comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Lynette Brockman, if you'd like to unmute yourself and say your name and address.
Hi, this is Daryl Brockman, 4050 North Downer Avenue. We have children at St. Robert's and in the Shorewood School District at the high school. My question is, why aren't we following the DHS guidelines in their entirety as a minimum standard in the schools?
If that's questions for me, I guess I would need more information about what you mean. So the Department of Public Instruction put out Education Forward as a framework for schools, but they didn't put out specific learning models that schools were required to put in place. In terms of Department of Health Services, I mean, the North Shore Health Department is following those guidelines. So you know, we can have another discussion about what you feel like we're not following, but I'm happy to take that kind of general question now as well.
Okay, yeah, I am referring to the Wisconsin Department of Health Services guidelines that were published in August.
And those are, I guess I would need, what type of guidelines are you referencing?
The guidelines that are spelled out in the DHS plan.
Yeah.
Why aren't they being followed, for example, at St. Robert's? Why isn't it being recommended that those guidelines be followed at St. Robert's?
Yeah,
in the entirety as a minimum standard.
Yeah, we are recommending that they follow isolation quarantine guidelines. And again, we've been working with the schools and St. Robert's specifically to follow those guidelines. And then there's the guidelines for the prevention of transmission in the schools, and they are following those guidelines as well. Again, those are guidelines and recommendations. We cannot order them to follow those, but again, on public health side, when there are cases in the schools, then we do have the ability to require that students who are positive with COVID be outside of the school and not attending school, and then those who are exposed be in quarantine.
Okay, I guess it's probably a longer conversation, but there's what should one do if parts of that guideline are not being followed?
Well, again, you can connect with the health department as well as connect with the principal to express concern.
Okay, we've done that, Anne. and we haven't gotten a reply. And I'm asking you, if I know that those aren't being followed, what do I do? Like, who will hold them accountable? Her plan does not have the same things that you sent me, the Department of Health Services document. And we're not doing things the same way. We're not doing things that are in there. So what do I do, and who will hold them accountable to do them in the way that that document is laid out?
I think that, again, we've been in touch with the principal and they've been following our recommendations as we've talked through cases. So again, maybe we could take the meeting and tomorrow or the next day talk more further about the specifics that you're concerned about in that document and what they're not doing.
Okay, because the things that you've asked them to do, they have not put in place yet. The children are not wearing masks in that 4K classroom. And you've been asking her to do that since the beginning of school. So I guess I just have, if you need me to make you another list, I'd be more than happy to do that. But you said that you would hold her accountable to the Department of Health Services document, and I'm telling you that we're not doing that. And you've been aware of it for a couple weeks now. So
Sure.
who's going to hold her accountable if you're not?
And again, why don't we talk tomorrow about the specific list of things besides the masks, and I can connect with the village manager in terms of the fines and forfeitures that might need to go along with the mask wearing, and see if there's some enforcement mechanism through that we could go through.
Okay, I'll get it. I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Trustee Ursink?
I just want to follow up, just a quick note that if we are being overly strict with our bars, our restaurants, and several of our other businesses, I don't think we should allow a school that's housing many Shorewood children that interact with all of our children and they're virtual. We should hold them that same, in that same light as we are everybody else. So I feel like, I don't know enough about it. I only hear things about it. I'm not in the school. I don't have kids in the school. But if we keep on getting these complaints about this school, then it's something that I think the village has to look into a little bit more, because if kids are indeed super spreaders, the last thing we need is a school that is not following guidelines, telling you one thing, but doing another thing. And then all of a sudden, all of our children are vulnerable to this. So it does make me nervous. I would love to hear follow up on some of these things, some of the things Ms. Brockman has brought up. And I would love to just kind of continue to monitor this situation, because if we're saying no to trick or treat, we're saying, people must wear masks inside bars and restaurants, then, yet we have, rules being broken at the school with kids. That makes me really nervous. So I'd love to just kind of get an update on what's going on with that.
Yes, Trustee Menta.
I just, we did discuss at length our mask ordinance, and we had 2 lengthy discussions about enforcement, and the enforcement was to send a notice to people about social distancing and mask wearing, and I believe that's happened. So I don't see what, we've already set up the process that we are comfortable following. And unless you're planning to modify that process and add additional enforcement towards any entity who is not following masking or social distancing, I'm not sure why I think this is something that needs to be considered by the health department with concerned parents. I don't see it as a board issue anymore, because we've already said, this is our ordinance, this is our enforcement, unless you want to reopen that, but I don't.
I agree with Trustee Menta. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I know that we did have lengthy discussions, but like this pandemic, everything evolves and flows so quickly and morphs, and we have to be nimble. And if they are indeed not abiding by our ordinance, and we did discuss this, the fact that it's, we did not put an enforcement agent in there, perhaps it is something we need to look at. But one thing that we do have as a village, and I'm not sure of the legality around this, but they do hold a liquor license, okay, in Shorewood, which does, no, they got rid of all their liquor licenses, even for their St. Robert's Fair. They're not going to sell beer or wine.
They have a beer license.
Yeah, they do. And that comes before this body. So we do have power in some regards. And perhaps we revise our ordinance and then we could apply this across the board if that makes everyone happy. That, you know, when you do come before us for your renewal of your licenses, you should dang well justify how you have been a good citizen to this municipality and to the state of Wisconsin and the world for that matter. But as far as our right for, excuse me, I'm not done.
I'm at point of order. Point of order.
That's interrupting. It's called interrupting. You're called interrupting.
Attorney Bear.
I'm done anyway. Thank you.
Attorney Bear, can you hold a liquor or a beer license on the grounds of what was mentioned?
Probably not.
There are complaints in the file.
Attorney Bear.
My opinion would be probably not, but okay. That's off of a 35-second discussion in a meeting without delving any deeper into the matter.
Okay, Trustee Warren. Trustee Warren.
Okay, I'm here now. Just one question for Attorney Bear. You know, thinking about enforcement and, you know, the talk about, you know, do we need stricter enforcement? I'm wondering, you know, our ordinance, we were the first municipality to pass it. Then the governor's order took effect. And we really kept our ordinance in place in case the governor's order was overturned in some way, which it has not been. Is there an enforcement mechanism in the, I mean, I would think that you would just align with the enforcement mechanism in the governor's order at this point. So my question is there an enforcement mechanism there? Because that theoretically would be how you would bring enforcement if there were violations of the masking policy.
The answer is yes, there is an enforcement mechanism in the governor's order. And it is the provision indicates a civil forfeiture up to $200.
Yeah, so that could be employed if there were issues.
If the question is, could the existing Village of Shorewood ordinance be amended if the state mandate were overturned or expired? And could the Shorewood ordinance be amended to include some type of civil forfeiture? I think the answer to that question is yes.
Well, my question was more around right now, if there are issues with a business or a school not following, I would think you would go to the governor, as opposed to looking to us to amend the ordinance, you would go straight to the governor's mask ordinance and say, there's a $200 forfeiture because you're not following. What I'm saying is it would be redundant for us to do it because it's there already.
It's technically the same agency is going to be issuing it. It just depends whether it's a state civil forfeiture that goes downtown to the DA's office to get handled versus a local municipal forfeiture that would go to the municipal court. It's just a jurisdictional question.
Okay.
It's essentially the same penalty, if you will.
Got it.
Okay, we are getting very specific, and we are our allotted time for this item is going over. Is there any further other discussion points that have not been covered? And if not, then I would close this item and we can move on to the next agenda item, which we will do. So the next agenda item is, I guess would be is it the consent agenda?
Consent agenda.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Trustee Warren, seconded by Trustee Ursink. Are there any items from the consent agenda that a trustee would like to pull? Trustee Amesa.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 5B, the minutes for September 8th.
Okay. Any others? Seeing none, the motion is to approve the consent agenda with item B withheld. And there is a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now take up the agenda item that was pulled, which is consent agenda item B, Village Board regular meeting minutes, September 8th, 2020. Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, on page 7, the 4th paragraph, trustee Menta moved to approve resolution 2020-30. It says motion carried 5-1 by a roll call vote. So somebody voted against it, but we don't identify the no vote. So I mean, I will move approval of the minutes of September 8th, 2020, with the proviso that the clerk will insert the no vote.
Second. We always, that's tradition, that's our policy. We include who is the nay vote, the name of the nay vote. So any further discussion on that? If not, there is a motion to approve with that insert and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried 7-0. Okay, so we'll move on. There's no other items from the consent agenda pulled. We are now in public hearings, which there are, clerk confirm there are none tonight.
There are none, so you can move on.
Okay, so now we are as citizens to be heard. This item is for matters not on the agenda. Discussion may follow. Comment on non-agenda items or discussion and action may come at a future meeting. And I do believe we have someone signed up.
Correct. If Paul Zovic is on the line, Paul, you can unmute yourself and state your name and address, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Who's this?
Who is this?
Dee Dee.
Hi, Dee Dee. You're at the village board meeting right now.
Oh, okay. That's where I want to be as a
Welcome.
It was just so quiet. I couldn't quite figure it out. I
we're
would
just
like.
waiting for a Mr. Paul Zovic to speak. So I think right after he speaks, then if you would like to speak, that would be great.
Yep.
Okay, but let me just tell you this. It is about.
Judy?
Yeah.
Right at the moment, I apologize because you came in the middle, but right now Paul Zovic has the floor. And when he is done with his comments, if he's available, then we will move on and in order of the clerk, whoever signed up, and we will get to your comments as well. Is Mr. Zovic on the floor?
I do not see him, so I think we can move on to Ms. Nash, please, if you'd like. Dee Dee, if you'd like to state your name and address.
My name is Dee Dee Manash. It's 1808 East Wood Place, apartment 204, obviously Shorewood. This is about kind of the agenda, one of the agenda items, but I'm interrupting because I can't stay up till 12:30 till you're going to get to it. But all of the board members have gotten a letter from me and hopefully have read it. And I have even more things to say to make some sense out of this, if anybody is interested in listening to it at this point in time.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. Has everybody gotten the on the parking that you've approved and then not approved and is coming up again tonight? And did they get my letter? Should I read my letter?
I got it and read it.
I got it.
Did
Yeah,
I
we
know?
all got it.
Yep.
Everybody got it?
Yep. It looks
Okay.
like
I would like to be able to expound on some of this, because unless you are a renter in Shorewood and you have to do this parking fiasco, you have absolutely no idea what it is like. The fact that it was already approved, posted, and now rescinded over the alternate side parking is absolutely ridiculous. Number one, the COVID thing, the shutdown, worked perfectly without changes of signs or anything like that. So I truly don't understand why it can't still be enacted in January, but I'll get to that later too. I mean, at this point, you could have the police chief hold back, start this again until you get some of the situations that you can't seem to decide on taken care of, such as alternate side parking. Most of the streets that have the biggest parking issues, and Wood Place where I live is one of them, and it's the whole Oakland corridor that has that problem. We have 2-lane streets. There is no way that you are going to effectively, efficiently change sides. When people are parking on one side during the day, they're going to come home from work, cars are going to be parked on that side going to the west, and it might be an east side parking night. What's the magic time that everybody's going to move their cars, or are the cars going to be going in all directions? There isn't room to do alternate side on most of these streets. And again, during COVID, I mean, it could not have gone smoother. There was parking for everybody. We also have a 2-hour parking zone, and that didn't even really affect us, but for people who have to park in lots, and we have to walk 2 to 3 blocks to get to our parking lot, is an inconvenience that you can't even imagine. First of all, I want to give you a day in the life of a parker. You get up at 6 or 6:30, depending upon what your lot says, whether it's private or it's Shorewood, and you have to move your car. You get to move it on the street. Well, we have parking on the street on Wood on one side. A lot of Metromart and other people take those parking spaces, but still, and a lot of people go to work. I am retired. But there's a 2-hour parking zone in front of the apartment buildings, and most of the apartment buildings. So you go shopping, let's just say, grocery shopping, anything, and you have all of the food that you're bringing home, and maybe you have a 40-pound bag of litter and a whole bunch of things. You cannot park at the end of the street and get your groceries in. You can't park in the 2-hour zone because everybody else is in the 2-hour zone. It is, I have actually carried things around in my car for days so that I can unload it in front of my building. As a person who has to walk to my car and move my car probably 6 or more times a day because of regulations and the parking at night, it is beyond an inconvenience. But you know what else? It is dangerous. Those lots are not well lit. We, like everybody else, get emergencies in the middle of the night. Your children, you know, people with children do live in apartments. And, well, to give you an example, this some of you may laugh at, but it was a big deal. My cat was dying, and I had to take him to animal hospital at 3 a.m. in the morning. I had to take my dying cat, walk 2.5 blocks to my car in pouring rain as I'm crying, trying to get my cat to the emergency vet so that maybe he could live. Unfortunately, we had to put him to sleep. Did that delay it? But was that safe for me? Was it safe for anybody? Would you want to do that? We are slaves, and I am sorry I'm using that word since everything is so sensitive, but I'm using it in not in a malicious way, to our cars. We if you leave your spot sometimes, you may never get it back anywhere on the block that we live. And it's not just me. There are renters all over the place that go through the same thing. And then you can't park your car until, 9 o'clock at night. And if you are sick, guess what? You better get out of bed and move your car, no matter what you have. And if you don't, you are going to get a ticket. I have. It is, unless you've done it, and I did put in my letter, I think all of you should try it sometime. You don't even have to do it for more than a couple of weeks. But I do believe that you would all change your minds on that. It is just not right. I know the landlord and the manager of this building, and people will not move into these apartments because of the parking issues. People leave because it's such a hassle, and that's even saying it mildly. It is a major irritation. The thefts that happen in Shorewood to cars don't happen on the street. They happen when people park in their driveways and leave their cars open and your keys in your cars, and you can check those statistics. But the thing that's really confusing a lot of people is the alternate side. Why does that have to be decided now? Why not just do the COVID parking? And by the way, you don't even have to go and vote. Just have the chief say, hey, it's over, just like he did for COVID. And then work on the areas of snow removal, which, by the way, we usually do not have very many problems with. The plows plow the major streets. They never plow our streets the first day or so. But you know what? That's a minor inconvenience compared to the rest of it. Everybody, they don't want messy streets either. So we get out there with our shovels and we shovel the streets. And I would assume other people do the same thing. 2-hour zones in front of buildings, I have a problem with that, but I could even live with that as long as I had access to my building. But day in and day out, it is just moving your car. Most of the people that live in Shorewood are renters. It's what, 53%, something like that. I am seriously ready to move because of the parking, because it is so inconvenient and it's becoming more difficult as I get older, and I am not the only senior citizen that lives in an apartment. That's pretty much where we go, after you sell your house.
Edie?
And I
just want to, it has been over 10 minutes, and I know that you were able to write us a letter. So if you have any more important points that you'd like to make, I just want to make sure we wrap it up and keep on schedule.
Okay. I would just say my important points are, please do not vote this down. Please, 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 for me and from all the other citizens, and I don't know why they haven't contacted you other than they don't know that it was rescinded. Second of all, do it in 2 phases. Do the getting rid of overnight parking and then go to snow and garbage removal. But again, they are not problems. And it's not going to be all that many streets, but it's just not an issue that I think can work in any sane way. And I guess that's it. I'm honestly saying and begging that you reconsider and do it in 2 phases. What's the rush on alternate side? Because that's what's going to screw it up. We know it works.
Thank you, Dee Dee. And I'd ask the board members to refrain from commenting at this point since it is on the agenda and we can have a full discussion, but I do know that Dee Dee wanted to make sure to get her comments in case the meeting had gone later. Thank you so much for those comments.
Thank you. You're welcome. And I thank you for letting me talk early because I know how late you guys work till, and I'm so sorry you always have to stay that late. And the other thing is that, you know, I am well educated on this because I went to every single meeting on it. And so the stuff that I'm saying, I'm not making up. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Clerk
Okay.
Brockman, is there anybody else in the public that wanted to be heard during citizens to be heard?
I don't have anybody else with their hand up, and I do not see Paul on the call.
Okay. So we will then close the item and move on to the next agenda item, which is let's see, new business. Does anyone want to take a bodily break for 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes? I would like to call one. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. The village board will recess now at 9:10 and we will return at 9:18, 9:20 to reconvene. Thank you. It is 9:20, so if everyone could come back to the village board meeting and turn their cameras on.
President Rosick, I'm back, but I'm eating, so I'll be back on camera shortly enough.
No problem.
I'm also eating.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, so it looks like we have a quorum. Is that correct, Sarah?
That is correct.
Okay, so we will now move on. It is 9. We're back from recess, 9:21 p.m. on October 5th. And we are on agenda item 9A, new business. Consider resolution 2020-35, allowing an option for the member municipalities of the North Shore Fire Department an exemption of the levy limits for charges for the North Shore. Charges of the North Shore Fire Department pursuant to 2005 Wisconsin Act 484. Chief Whitaker.
Hi, good evening. This is a resolution that your board has passed annually for the last several years, and the 7 municipalities each need to pass this resolution in order for any one of them to use the exemption for levy limit, the levy limit in regards to charges from a joint fire department, which is what we qualify for. So in other words, our charges back to the village, if you so choose, can be exempt from your levy cap calculation. The state statute requires each municipality vote in favor of this via resolution for even if just one of the 7 wants to use it. So I believe several of the municipalities do and have used this in the past and are interested in using it in 2020 or 2021 also.
Thank you, Chief Whitaker. Does any trustee have a question on this matter? Trustee Menta.
I'll move approval of resolution 2020-35 in the matter of authorizing an exception to the levy limits for charges for the North Shore Fire Department pursuant to 2005 Wisconsin Act 484.
Second.
So we have a motion by trustee Menta, a second by trustee Warren. Any further discussion? If not, clerk, please take the roll call vote.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
Aye. Just thank you, Chief, for attending the meeting and staying for this long and explaining the resolution to us.
No problem. I got 2 more following this. So.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll continue on to the next one. Do you want to read it, Sarah?
Sure. Consider resolution 2020-36, 2021 NSFD fees for service schedule.
Chief.
Yes, so we have a fees for service schedule, which includes things like EMS services and different inspections and permit applications. Annually, we update our fee schedule. We have tried to do that with coincide with budget year. So this is for 2021. The only fees that are up for change are our EMS fees, and we have for the past several years adjusted those based on a CPI measure, which is a blended number between CPI for medical commodities and then medical care. That blended number for this year would change those fees 3.5%. And that is what is recommended by the North Shore Fire Department Board of Directors to the member municipalities. The North Shore Fire Agreement, which is basically the bylaws of the 7 owner municipalities, require at least 5 of 7 of the boards or councils to approve those fees. So they are going before each board and council this month. And so tonight, Shorewood is they're on your agenda.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for the chief, trustee Carpenter, and anybody else? Okay, trustee Carpenter.
I don't have a question. I would just like to move to approve resolution 2020-36, a resolution approving the 2021 North Shore Fire Department fees for service schedule.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Carpenter, a second by trustee Amenta. With no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll call.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is new business. Are we on C?
Yep.
Okay. Consider resolution 2020-37 agreement for mutual assistance. Chief.
Yeah, this is an update to a current mutual aid agreement that we have in effect and was passed by a previous board. This agreement was simply updated from a legal perspective based by the 3 primary insurance agencies that all insure the municipalities in Milwaukee County. That's League of Municipalities, CIVMIC, and then the city of Milwaukee is self-insured. There was a request for one of the municipalities to update this agreement, and this was what was agreed upon by those 3 entities. It's recommended to the municipalities by the ICC, and the fire department board voted to recommend it to the member municipalities of the North Shore. And by the North Shore Fire Agreement, this has to go to each of the municipalities for approval. From an operational perspective, this really doesn't change anything. We are currently utilizing the agreement that will that's in effect now, that this one will supersede. It's more of a cleanup of the document that was circulated over the past couple months.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the chief?
I have a question. It appears that Franklin had some sort of an issue with the document as it was. Can you just, I couldn't find what's the significant change, what was cleaned up?
So this document, there was an issue with that Franklin had brought forward. The document in the form now is a cleanup to some of those issues. What I guess I would frankly tell you is that they had issues with it, but the representatives from the 3 insurers that then looked at it really made no, in my opinion, substantial changes. They recreated a document that basically said the same thing as the former document, but it said it in a couple different ways. And I, to be blunt with you, it's been a frustrating process because I think the document we had was working, but in the effort to get consensus and help get the municipalities all on board, this is where we ended up.
So it was a nuanced interpretation by insurers and attorneys?
That's how I guess I would, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the chief? If not, do we have a motion? Trustee Carpenter.
I move to approve resolution 2020-37, a resolution approving the Metro Milwaukee Fire Emergency Services and Mutual Aid Agreement.
Second.
So we have a motion by Trustee Carpenter, second by Trustee Warren. With no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. So we'll move on to new business D, Southeast Area Combined Sewer Improvements. Project update.
Good evening. This is provided for your information. In summary, we are waiting for additional flow metering data prior to the completion of the model. And at that point, Strand Associates will develop the final solution, including the route alternative. And then at that point, they will begin full work on engineering. But again, this is just presented as an update. We intend to provide monthly updates to you via the village manager's memo, until the point that we have that we are a bit further along in the engineering process.
Trustee Menta.
So the flow data that you're waiting for is you need a certain level of rain to
Correct. Yep. We're hoping for at least one nice for this fall.
We had that week where it just rained the entire week.
More data is always better.
Okay, and it's just an update, correct? So does anyone have any other questions? If not, we will move on to the next agenda item. And Sarah, can you read it? My phone keeps turning off and on.
Yep. Next is item 9E, consider authorization to proceed with storm sewer repair at 4480 North Lake Drive.
Yep, you have in your in your amended packet that was released this morning, the engineer's opinion of probable cost. This was developed through consultation between Miller Engineering and the village engineer, Strand Associates. Phil Baduzik, the engineer, is on the line, and so I would suggest that questions would be most appropriately directed to him.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do. I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Carpenter.
I just am wondering if maybe we could get a little bit better a picture of the or discussion about the erosion that happened there, and if that erosion would have happened regardless of the storm sewer pipe being there on that property.
Phil, are you on the line?
Yep, I'm on the line. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So initially back in December, there was a landslide that knocked out the storm sewer structure. So that landslide, I guess, was unrelated to the actual village infrastructure. And since that landslide, the storm sewer has been disconnected from the shaft, the drop shaft where the flow usually flowed into and ultimately to Lake Michigan. So now there's additional erosion occurring on the property downstream of where the storm sewer has been damaged. So I guess there's two separate items here. There's the initial slide that created the storm sewer issues, and then post slide and storm sewer damage, there's continuing erosion that's happening now with the storm sewer infrastructure damaged.
Okay, and then I have two sort of follow-up questions to that, which is, did the neighbors to the north and south of this property, did they experience erosion as well?
The neighbor to the south, I would say their property is a significant distance away from where the storm sewer is. So anything related to the storm sewer, I would say their property would not be impacted by it. The neighbor to the north, the property line's fairly close. I guess at this point, we haven't gone out there and done a survey or anything to determine if any of the erosion has impacted their property, or if the initial slide came from a portion of their property too. So at this point, we haven't kind of done a cause and effect analysis, I guess you could say.
Because I'm just wondering, if there was, it's from that particular storm, there was significant erosion that happened kind of up and down Lake Michigan. It just, correct me if I'm wrong, that it just so happens that they have a Village of Shorewood 1928 or 23 storm sewer pipe on their property, and that blocked the storm sewer pipe. I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything about it. Is that correct?
That may not be something we want to get into here and now, because for a whole host of reasons. I mean, I think Phil would be speculating in terms of causation related issues, but we don't want to invite it's the chicken and the egg question, right? I mean, which came first, you know, the erosion, which may have caused the failure of the sewer, or the other way around. But you know, we just there may be legal reasons, we just don't want to get into that here and now.
Okay.
Trustee Stokebrand, or is your hand up?
Yes. So is it my understanding that phase one now, instead of costing $750,000, is going to cost $822,000?
No, that's not correct. Phase one would be the 668,000, and then phase two is actually what we have as item 13 on the opinion probable cost is 154,500. So the overall cost is actually, now that we've gotten into the details and know exactly what we're planning to construct, has come down.
And so you're all in for 822.
Correct.
Are there warranties on the work or any kind of
There's always a 1-year project warranty for that's typical for construction projects. We don't have any kind of extended warranty on any of the work. That would be, I guess, not typical, and it would definitely add additional cost.
And so the plan is to start this next spring?
Right now, the plan would be we're in the process of working with the residents to acquire easements, because the work will impact the properties to the north and south. And when the easements are obtained, then we would like to advertise for bids as soon as possible. As I mentioned, the area continues to erode, so we want to correct this issue as quickly as possible. So we'd hope to start construction in December is what the current plan is.
And is part of this phase two includes the barge?
Correct.
Okay, and so are we not going to get a permanent easement then to check on our storm sewer culvert into perpetuity? We're just going with a temporary, I mean, it would seem to me to do due diligence, we would want access to this expensive piece of sewerage equipment regularly for the foreseeable future.
Yes, that's correct. So there'll be temporary easements for the 3 properties and then a permanent easement for 4480.
Thank you.
My question just ties to that. Do we anticipate any, given the fact that we're requesting a permanent easement, do we anticipate any issues with getting, I guess, either the temporary or the permanent easement in place on the timeline that we're looking at, which is, rather tight in terms of how quick we're moving from phase to phase?
I think I can answer that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to say that I've been in contact with all the property owners as recently as last Thursday. I met on site with the Dailies at 4480 and 4470, and they're all anxious to get the project moving. So there's going to be some reviews for 4480 for, he wants his attorney to review the easements, which is great. So there might be a little time there, but he understands that and wants to keep the project moving as quickly as possible. So I don't anticipate major holdups at this point, but that's to be determined.
And Phil and I actually had a couple of conferences in the last week on this, and the drafts of the construction easements are actually done. We wanted to run those by the property owners to make sure that the legal description of the areas we were describing for access were consistent with their understanding of where construction workers were going to need to have access to the property and be on and off and those kind of things. So we wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that. Once we get all those confirmations back, those are basically ready to go. And then Phil and I talked for a while today about the permanent easement that would go with. And one of the things we were talking about is, in the process of the construction, do we know exactly where the bluff is going to move this way or that way, or the access road is going to be here or there, and get a legal description of exactly what it's going to look like when it's finished. And we're in the process of doing that. So we're I think we're well on schedule for all of those things, and we've already shared some drafts with the property owners and are working collaboratively with them, and I don't see any issues there.
Okay, is there any other questions?
I just had one other question. If things went really well with phase 1, and I'm assuming then you'd go right into phase 2, if there's not a lot of ice on the lake, beginning to end, what's the best case scenario for start to end finish time?
Just giving the timing of when the project is going to be, assuming construction starts in December, we're not going to be able to have vegetation established and complete, until May, June timeframe. Ideally, all the kind of heavy work, the retaining walls, the structure and everything is in place sometime in January or February. And then there's kind of a pause until we can do the restoration. I think that would be best case scenario. As far as the phase 2, the way the contract will be set up is we'll have a one price for the phase 1 work and then a separate price for the phase 2 work. That'll be a bid alternative. So we'll have that price and we'll be able to bring that to the village board and make a recommendation if we think that it's worth moving forward with that portion of the work at this time. And as you mentioned, yeah, it would be difficult to do the work from a barge in February if there's a large ice shelf on the lake. So that work would probably not happen until April or May. But that work also isn't the work that's kind of leading to any additional bluff erosion from the storm sewer. So I guess it's less urgent than the storm sewer work.
And so you're comfortable leaving the exposed bluff that cannot be seeded or planted or stabilized other than, I don't know, as opposed to waiting and starting that project and being able to stabilize it with plantings and stuff next year?
It'll be stabilized through erosion mat, and a lot of the disturbance will be an access road, which will be gravel, and then the retaining walls. And all the finished slopes will be, or the end product where we're disturbing the bluff will be at a slope that won't be susceptible to erosion. So I think, yes, we're comfortable having the work complete. The work will be covered with erosion mat to prevent, the erosion in March and April when we're trying to start to establish vegetation.
Thank you.
Trustee Warren?
Can make a motion. I would where is it? I would move that we approve. I move approval of the project at an estimated cost of $822,000 and direct staff to begin its implementation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee Warren, a second by Trustee Ursink. Any further discussion, Trustee Amenta?
Yeah, I just want to understand that what the chances are for future bluff erosion. Like, what are the chances that we're going to be in the same position in 5, 10, or 15 years?
The project we're installing 2 retaining walls to prevent any sort of erosion around our structure. I mean, there certainly could be erosion to the north or to the south on those properties, but the retaining wall is designed to protect our structure, and that has, at least a 50-year life to it.
Okay, and the other question, I guess, is for Nathan, and I know, did we consider using eminent domain for the access road? And I mean, I know we would have had to pay the property owner for the property, but would there be any advantage to that over an easement, or is it essentially the same access that we'd have?
Yeah, that's a great question. It really wouldn't be practical because eminent domain is generally when you're taking over an entire property for a public purpose, as opposed to simply needing access to a portion of the property under which your sewer line runs. Was it 100, 120 feet or something like that below grade? So really, it's the process here is sort of the square peg, square hole, or square peg, round peg, round hole type of a thing, as opposed to eminent domain, which is really sort of set up for a different set of circumstances. But very good question.
Any other questions?
I just have one more. So, and I tried to look at the drawings, but they were so detailed on my screen, it was hard to see them. I'm assuming then the retaining walls are only as good as the drainage behind the retaining walls. So you've built that into the project, right?
Yes, that's all factored into the project. Yeah, there's certain materials placed behind the walls to facilitate drainage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. This is something that needs a motion, correct? Does anybody?
Yeah, there's a motion and a second, I think.
A second. Any further discussion? If not, clerk, can you reread the motion and then take the roll call vote?
Yep. Approval of the project at an estimated cost of $822,500 and to direct staff to begin its implementation.
I do have a question before we do roll call vote. Where was the money? What fund is that coming from?
It'll be financed through sewer revenue bonds that will be issued later this year.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Carpenter?
But I thought at the budget committee meeting, we had talked with Mark that this would be brought up at the budget wrap up. Is that correct? I mean, depending on how the vote goes, obviously, but assuming that that it passes, that will be brought forth at the budget wrap up meeting.
If you pass it, we will.
If we pass it, then yeah, he's just going to add it, and it'll be added. I think he said he'll add it as a capital project if we pass it.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Would figuring out the permanent easement be additional costs then, but would they just be legal? Just legal.
Mark and I will be working tomorrow on developing an all-in cost that will, so what you're approving right now is construction costs. We will have a summary of legal costs and engineering costs to add to that figure for your future reference.
Oh, so this is just, this is not engineering.
Correct. This is just construction.
Thank you.
There's a detailed opinion of probable cost in your packet. And it lists the different construction items, yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, do you want to call the roll?
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Great. We'll move on to the next new business item, which is it is 9F, reconsider modification of night parking regulations. F1, ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending section 516 night parking. Should we take them all three at once, Attorney Bear, or what do we do here?
Okay, thank you. I wanted to explain that a little bit. When a vote is successfully reconsidered and it comes back on the agenda like it is tonight, once the motion to reconsider passes, the original motion is brought back before the assembly to be voted on again. In other words, you go back in time, you step back in time right before the motion, the vote on the motion was taken. So you're reconsidering a very specific vote. So do we have do we have the vote, the language of the vote that was that is now specifically being reconsidered that we could read?
Do. So the vote, the motion on the ordinance was to approve ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending section 500-16, night parking to allow overnight parking in the village of Shorewood with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to commercial enterprises.
So you are back in time to right before the vote was taken, and just as if you were in debate on the underlying motion tonight as you were 2 weeks ago.
So Trustee Amenta, I know that you were the original motion maker to reconsider the item. Would you like to speak on it?
Well, I mean, I think the gist of the motion to reconsider was that we felt it was important to do alternate side of the street parking at the same time. So I don't know if the best thing is to maybe vote down this motion and do a new motion, because I think we need to direct staff to come back with a proposal for proposed ordinance revisions to alternate side of the street parking. So I know we have issues about timing and, you know, when that would take place. And so we don't have the details yet to do alternate side of the street parking, but I think that was the gist of what the majority wanted to do. So I think we need to ask, I think the motion needs to be to ask staff to return with this motion for on-street parking overnight along with alternate side of the street.
Are you making that motion? Or Attorney Barrett, do we need to vote down something first?
Unmute there we go. I think there's a couple of ways you can move forward. You could ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the motion, or someone could make an amendment to the motion. But if indeed the point is to direct staff to do additional work related to alternate side overnight parking, and you feel that the board is not in a position to take action until it has that information, what you could do is proceed with the vote with the discussion and the understanding that a no vote is expressly for that purpose, and that with the understanding that agenda item relating to parking will come back to this full body at a later date to be considered, and it will include those overnight alternate side parking or whatever additional information you direct staff to come back with. You can always do that. So there's a couple different ways you could proceed. Or there might be individuals who say, no, I want to move forward with the original proposal, and they might vote in a different direction, but that's up to the deliberative body.
Trustee Bachhorst, I see that you had your hand up, but I do want to ask Director Bart, if is there any further information that staff can or will be providing than what is in the packet today, so that we can answer Trustee Amenta's question of would staff come back with something more?
So we did not prepare anything specific in terms of materials for the review for tonight, because my understanding was that, correct, we were just going back to the previous materials and discussion. I did prepare a brief 3-slide presentation to re-summarize what that previous plan was. So if you would like for me to go through that, it outlines what the current regulations are and what the proposed regulations are. And then there's a few areas where it specifies what the analysis recommended with respect specifically to alternate side parking. So I'd be happy to give that very briefly if you're interested, but if not, my understanding is that, yeah, we're back to the point of that original motion and discussion.
Is there any trustee that would like to see the 3 slides? Trustee, oh, you have something different to say. And anybody, raise your hand if you'd like to see those 3 slides in that discussion. Okay, so go ahead, Director Bart.
One second. You're seeing the slides now, correct?
Yeah.
On the left-hand side, we have the current regulations. So I'll just go through them one by one. So currently the village restricts overnight parking between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. without a permit, Monday through Friday, except holidays. There is no proposed change to that general regulation. On-street overnight monthly parking permit is currently allowed for a qualifying hardship or a special permit through a multi landlord. They are limited in quantity and they cost $50 per month. Proposal would be to provide monthly permits available for purchase to the general public without residency requirements, limited to 2 per household unit, no limit for commercial properties at a reduced price of $40 per month. The current regulation allows for a monthly off-street parking permit in 5 village-owned lots under our parking utility or 10 private lots at $50 per month. The revised proposal would maintain the overnight monthly parking permit for off-street parking within the 5 village lots and the 10 private lots, with a discussion to reconsider the need for those 10 private lots in the future. The cost for those would be $30. Temporary permissions, 20 free one-night permissions allowed per license plate per year are not changing. Next, we have alternate side parking. So current regulations for alternate side parking are listed within 516C. That is the night parking section. So as I've mentioned before, we already have these on the books. They just have not been enforced. The current regulations spell out that on the east and north sides of the street, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. is where cars need to be parked. And on the west side and south side on Monday and Wednesday. Just for reference, the analysis recommended expanding those hours to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Within initial conversations with the advisory group, it was pretty unanimous that starting them at 10 p.m. was way too soon in terms of guests and business parking. And so in the initial discussions, the advisory group did not recommend going that far. So they had left hours from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. with the understanding that we would come back to this in the future. But the current regulations, for alternate side parking, essentially would remain the same until they were discussed in the future. As we've worked through the process, we did clarify a new path for alternate side parking, once again, just within the night parking regulations. On the oddly addressed side of the street between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. on odd days of the calendar, and even side on even days, sorry, that's a typo in there, on even days of the calendar, except Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. And it would not apply to street sections where parking is only designated on one side. The recommendation did not recommend daytime alternate side restrictions. And so if the board is directing further discussion of that, that would be new and would require much more additional research and information. So just for reference, the analysis recommended expanded night alternate parking, which the advisory group thought was too far of an expansion. But so we did, within the process, change it to odd days, even days. And then lastly, with respect to winter restrictions, we currently have those effective between December 1st and February 28th, street-specific signage prohibiting parking. The analysis recommended eliminating that, except for on Capitol and Oakland. Once again, we have not gotten to the point of comfortable discussion on that. So it had been staff's discussion to pass night parking first and come back on alternate side and winter parking next year, in large respect to the amount of signage that would need to be modified. So that's a rundown of the current proposed regulations. The proposed implementation would be to establish a communication plan and update our software. We initially wanted to implement this January 1st, 2021. However, that's no longer feasible, just in relation to the timing needed to update the software. So if this were to pass, it would be subject to however soon we could update that software, which is the next item on the agenda tonight. We did discuss that we would review permit numbers, revenue, and problem areas at a 6-month or earlier basis with the board. For reference, I have shared that section 531 does allow the Director of Public Works to implement temporary no parking zones. So if needed, based on trash pickup, say, Monday from 8 a.m. till noon, a certain side of the street needed to be marked as temporary no parking based on a expanded use of daytime parking, that would have been my recommendation to do that. This process would have given us the chance to identify where those areas are, and then give us a temporary opportunity to, sign them to get through the period. Or in 6 months, we could come back with a more detailed plan on daytime parking. And so then, after that 6 month, we would review an expanded alternate side parking if desired, winter and daytime parking modifications, understanding that there's significant signage costs with those. So tonight we're back to the 3 original motions. I just want to clarify that if for some reason ordinance 3013 would pass tonight, we would need to understand that modified implementation date would align with the software update, not January 1st, 2021. So that's all I really had. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go back to clarify anything that might have been presented too quickly.
Thank you, Director Bart. Trustee Amenta?
When you say the analysis said this, are you saying the consultant's report?
Correct.
So they recommended 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. alternate side?
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any other questions for our director?
I have a question.
Yes.
So why would we not do daytime alternate parking too?
It was not identified as a need. I mean, within these conversations, we've discussed it as a potential issue for Department of Public Works, but within the analysis, that did not come up as a specific need. So
if there's snow, if you did daytime alternate also, if you just went all in and did it, let's say May 1, 2021, when it did come winter season, you wouldn't need your winter parking situation except on Oakland and Capitol, right?
correct. They believe by enforcing and implementing alternate side night parking that cars would move frequently enough to allow for snow clearing operations. Now that does not address streets where there's parking only on one side, which is a significant amount of streets, but we already have those streets in place with snowplow operations. So they felt with an expanded nighttime alternate side parking that there would be no need for the date specific winter regulations. I'm not suggesting that I'm there yet. I would need to talk with Public Works a lot more about that to make sure that is the case, which is why I had recommended a 2-phased approach to first see where night parking impacts are felt during the day, and then come back when we have a better understanding of what we actually want for the day. That daytime could, impact different streets very differently, because as was mentioned previously, some streets just can't handle parking on both sides. Some can. So in some, you might have a 2-part, solution, as opposed to the, the hoped 1-part solution offered in the plan. So I'm just not there yet in my conversations with Public Works to change winter restrictions. But I do believe that the night parking in the interim could be implemented with relative consistency with what has been done in the past.
I had 2 other points. I don't see the RCA mentioned at all. And my other point was, as I was thinking about this resolution after we approved it and then reconsidered it, I think instead of making an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to businesses, we want to make them available to employees of Shorewood businesses. Might be a better.
So yeah, I believe that was your motion that was on there. So I feel like technically perhaps you could maybe amend that. I would confirm with Nathan if that's the route to go. With respect to the RCA, once again, that's a daytime parking regulation, and it was specifically not touched within this study. So there were no changes proposed to that in terms of expanding it to more people or changing the fee. It was determined that it was working adequately and could be kept as is. So once again, a daytime regulation, not recommended for any sort of modifications.
Okay, I guess just for someone who wasn't familiar with that and didn't live in it, it would be helpful just to be included as no changes to, as just so the information is out there as part of the discussion.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, can we turn the
Yep, I can turn it.
Stop sharing the screen so I can see everybody and make sure that there's no hands or, okay, I can see everyone. Trustee Carpenter.
For me, I think the biggest reason that I wanted to reconsider was really the nighttime parking. I mean, sorry, the winter parking regulations, and the sort of confusion that comes with it. Last year on Halloween, it snowed, and we've had snow, well into April. So for me, I would really rather see us move away from the winter parking regulations, which is what the what the consultant's recommendation was, and move to the alternate side of the street parking for our winter regulations. And I think Leanne had mentioned that is definitely makes DPW's snow clearing job easier in the winter as well. So for me, that was my big hang up, and that was why I wanted to reconsider. Everything else to me feels right. What I'm also struggling with is just not doing it all at once. I feel like it's confusing. It's confusing to me, and I've been talking about parking for a very long time. So for people who maybe aren't talking about parking all the time, what happens when you have a winter parking regulation on your street and trying to figure out when to park. I really do like the even and odds from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So that's what's most important to me in the discussion of reconsidering.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
Thank you, President Rosick. I definitely I see some of the points being made and some of the confusion, and for what it's worth, I was not at the first discussion of this, so I'm coming to it a little bit new, a little bit with fresher eyes, I'll say. But I guess I can get I suppose I would feel a level of comfort with moving forward with a kind of a two-step implementation. I would love to get this on the books and then direct staff to come back with some recommendations for alternative side. I just feel like we've already put it out there, and it's something where I'd feel more comfortable if we got overnight parking on the books and then took the steps we need to take in terms of implementation down the line. So that would be my preference at this point. But I don't know if that reflects the entirety of the board's preference.
Trustee Bachhorst and then Trustee Amenta.
Yes, thank you, President Rosick. So last time when 4 of you voted to reconsider this vote, I heard from Trustee Amenta and Trustee Carpenter that the decision was, as Trustee Carpenter said, based on the need or their desire to have alternate side parking instead of the winter regulations, et cetera. I just would like to get the pulse of the rest of the board, because I know this discussion can go on all night, and we have had this discussion at length. So perhaps for those who are planning on adding more, can we just kind of get there? I'd like to make my stump speech again if needed, but only if needed. And trust me, I've got a lot more documentation, not only from the City of Milwaukee, City of Madison, Seattle, and other places on this. So just in the sake of transparency and honesty, and there are really a need to congeal as this board, who I'd like to, let me just make a motion then. I'd like to move to, or Bart, you were going to say something? I'd like to make the motion after you say something.
I just want to confirm with Nathan that I believe the current motion is already on the table. That's the point we came back to. Was Nathan, is that correct? Or are you in a motion to amend that motion?
That's what I was going to say. If it's a motion to amend the motion.
The current motion is the motion that we agreed as a board on 2 meetings ago, as far as the overnight parking.
Correct. Now, when you reconsider the vote, it takes you back in time to the point at just before which you took the vote.
Great. That is the motion that I am going to make then. And I will mention this though, before I make that motion, that, for example, I'm just going to read everyone, and I know that some people have expressed the thought that staff can come back with the alternate side parking. And I lived in Madison many times for many years, and just like the fact that we did not have sanctioned Halloween trick-or-treating, I'm going to recommend that we also consider something similar to what they've been doing since I was probably younger than, or really young, which was basically from November 15th to March 15th, 7 days a week, regardless of weather conditions. You park on the even side, the even house side of the numbered sides of the street on even numbered days from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. and the odd sides on odd numbered days from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. I don't care if it varies from that, but find out why it works in Madison, and let's go with something instead of us designing by committee, something brand new that we're all like, oh, I think this or that. Because, and if you want me to put you in touch with representatives there, you know, there are a variety of people. We've got the resources. The league has the resources. We can do this. So anyway, on that, I'd like to make, who has the motion here from last time? Because that's the motion I'd like to make.
Is it a motion to amend that motion? The motion's already on the floor.
It's the motion that was already made that we voted yes on 2 meetings ago.
Right, that motion is on the floor right
On
now.
the floor and it's under discussion. Can you reread, Clerk, what the motion is to make sure Trustee Bockhorst, that's the one she's thinking of? And then if there's further discussion, we will have more discussion.
Yeah, and forgive me, I didn't realize that that's what we were doing. So I don't have to make a new motion. It's just.
I don't think so.
Motion's been made.
Just to be sure. Yep. So this is the motion. To approve ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending section 500-16 night parking to allow overnight parking in the village of Shorewood with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to commercial enterprises.
Second. So moved.
Oh, does anyone have further discussion? So we have a motion. Was there a second?
Second.
So motion by Trustee Bockhorst, a second by Trustee Ursink, and now we have further discussion. Trustee Carpenter and then Amenta. And anyone else? Okay, Trustee Carpenter and then Amenta.
Trustee Bockhorst, what you were referencing in Madison and the alternate side of the street parking, that is like exactly my vision for winter parking. I just think, you know, that is much more succinct and much more concise, and that's what I would like for us to move towards and to do this evening. So if I could amend, sorry, Director Grubentrag, were you going to say something?
I just want to clarify, because I feel like I'm hearing things and maybe not understanding, but so Trustee Bockhorst's Madison example, once again, is from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. It does not impact day parking. So our current regulation is from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. So if we were to go to Madison's example, we would expand it from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. Once again, our analysis recommended a larger expansion from 10 p.m., which the advisory group did not feel was comfortable with. So I just want to make sure that when we are referencing Madison's example, we're also still talking about night and or early morning parking, but not daytime parking.
And I hear where you're going, Trustee Carpenter, but maybe we could get a little bit more information and then come back. I completely agree with it, but I'd hate to. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I mean, I'm fine with, you know, recommending. I just like, this is our chance to get parking right in Shorewood, and I want to get. I mean, you know, winter is going to be here pretty quickly, and I know that we have a lot to implement, a ways to go before implementation, but I just want to get winter parking correct. And I want us to move forward with alternate side of the street parking, and whether that's from, I mean, in my mind, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is great. I'm even a little bit, I'm pretty, I would say, flexible in, you know, in the time frame. I mean, I also part of my reasoning for reconsidering is I'm like 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. That just didn't seem, I don't know who's moving. Maybe people do that, but I don't know who's moving cars at 3 a.m. So that was also my struggle. So, I mean, I'm fine with 10, you know, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then leaving the daytime. I just think that this is really important.
And if I might add though, regarding like knowing which day is even and odd, then you have to either say 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. on even day. That's it, just midnight after makes it a little cleaner.
I thought we had an order that we were speaking in and people seem to be interjecting and I'm waiting.
We've lost President Rozek, I think.
No, we have not. Trustee
Okay.
Mento?
Yeah, I just wanted to clear with Director Griebentrog that the consultant recommended 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. alternate because they felt that would be enough of a direction that the daytime parking would start to mimic that. I mean, it seemed like that's what you were saying, that they were saying. That we didn't need to necessarily mandate daytime parking because if everybody knew, well, tonight I have to be on that side of the street, that's kind of where their cars would end up, as opposed to mandating daytime parking.
I mean, essentially correct. They didn't think that there was a problem with daytime parking, and they thought that by expanding nighttime parking, it would, lead towards that behavioral shift to do that. But just keep in mind, once again, only certain streets will qualify for it. So the 10 p.m. was pretty unanimously thought to be too early and perhaps confusing. But yes, the recommendation to expand the nighttime parking what was in fact leaning towards that. And whether it starts at midnight or 3 a.m., I'm not sure how many people are changing in between that time frame. That was kind of discussed as when people might come home from, a late night visitor or dinner or things like that, or a Brewer game or whatever. So,
Why would it not work on streets where you can only park on one side of the street? Why would it not work on those streets?
I think in part because if someone didn't move it, they would get a ticket and you would essentially block the street. So you'd have a random car that didn't listen parked on the wrong side when that needs to be a clear lane for traffic at that point. So if the street is that narrow that it functionally can't happen or can't have parking on both sides and someone forgets to move it, we would have to tow that car then in order to make the street passable. So just the difficulty in working around that person who didn't move the car, it's more difficult than just giving a ticket.
Right. Well, so how many streets are that? How many streets are that narrow?
I don't have it in front of me, but in the packets shared earlier this year, I made a map of where those are, so I could pull it back out, but I don't have a specific number. But there was a map created referencing where those streets would be. I don't have it in front of me.
I mean, I was going to make a motion to amend the motion to implement alternate side of the street parking on streets with sufficient width to between the hours of midnight and 8 a.m. So I'll make that motion to amend the motion that's on the floor.
I'll second. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Does that, what does that do to winter parking regulations?
Yeah, I mean, that would be in place of winter parking regulations.
So to go off that question, right now, winter parking regulations are like from December to, isn't there like a time frame, and what does it say about the alternate sides of the streets, correct?
What? No, you can only park on one side of the street, I think between December 1st and March 1st.
Okay. Director.
So the winter parking regulations are in a different section. They're in section 526. So that's not actually within this ordinance or agenda-sized, quite honestly. So if there was a desire to remove those signs that currently have that, we would need a different ordinance to essentially repeal section 526. At least that's my interpretation of how that's currently on the books.
But we're talking about alternate side of the street parking. I mean, I don't think it's outside what was on the agenda for us to determine it.
Correct. Alternate side is within the night parking, so I think that can be done. I'm just saying with respect to removing the winter signs that are out there, expanding alternate side night parking is in this section 516, but repealing the December 1st to February 28th or whatever date that is not within section 516. That's in 526.
Right, but I mean, if your point is that we can't do it because it's not on the agenda, I don't know, Nathan may want to give us an opinion. My point is, I think we've been discussing this issue and it's part of the larger issue, and I think we should be able to do that.
President Rozek?
Yes, Trustee Stokely, then I would like to hear from Nathan.
It seemed like that would just be housekeeping that we could do at the next meeting, you know, put it on the agenda to, if we went ahead with the alternate parking at night, then at the next meet, or if we could do it daytime and nighttime, and then it would take care of the snow removal at the same time, but you could rescind that ordinance at the next meeting, put it on the agenda. You see what I'm saying? You would actually take care of the process itself tonight by putting alternate side 365 days of the year, 24/7, and then just rescind the winter parking thing at the next meeting. But I guess my question here is, in the bigger scheme here, are we thinking now about doing this, you know, we could just avoid the whole winter parking mess by having this start March 1 or May 1, and then we can get an I mean, I just think by slowing down and, you know, as much as we, you know, we can't do it January 1 anyway, let's just be, you know, really deliberative and make sure we've covered it all and have it start May 1. We get the RFP for the software. It seems to be a win-win. If we, you know, I can support all the parking on street parking for the price we've agreed upon. I think we should go ahead and do the alternate sides. That way we've taken care of snow, we've taken care of leaves, garbage, whatever, and we've also taken care of winter.
So you're saying do alternate side from 12 to 8, and do remove winter parking, get rid of winter parking regulations, allow the on-street permit, but just start at May 1st.
Right,
Yeah.
but I wonder, if you do the alternate, to get snow removal, you need everybody parking on the same side of the street during the daytime also.
Right, but I think the gist is that if you have to park, if you're parked out for the night on the east side, then you would have the west side free. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'd have to see, but that's why it seems like that's what the consultant said would happen. So Nathan, can we address the winter parking at this meeting?
Thank you. I was just taking a look at chapter 500 of the Village of Shorewood ordinances to see how that is constructed. Because we're on a motion to reconsider, this of course is a somewhat complicated issue. What I always come back to when we have these types of questions is this. If I was a member of the general public or a resident of Shorewood, and I wanted to take a look at the agenda, and if I was interested in, say, overnight parking or winter parking, would this give me notice that that was going to be discussed if I was interested and wanted to weigh in and tell the board how I felt about that issue? Here's what I see in the ordinance. Chapter 500 contains 500-16, which is titled overnight parking. The agenda item, as originally on the preceding agenda where this first came up, and then is noted again tonight under 9F, talks about reconsideration of modification of night parking regulations. And then it references an ordinance amending section 500-16 night parking. And it says policy 39 overnight parking, again, night parking. And then reconsideration of the resolution amending a contract associated with overnight parking. Now, Shorewood has a completely and utterly distinct municipal ordinance 500-26, which is winter parking, and doesn't necessarily, and I guess I'll defer to Bart on whether or not, because I'm not as familiar with all the parking regulations, does the winter parking in 526 only address or deal with overnight, or is there anything that impacts that during the day? I'm just trying to figure out how close these two issues are aligned as to whether we're giving proper notice to any citizens that might be interested in it.
No, that section refers to day and night parking. So it lists the street sections where the current no parking winter regulation signs are located. So anywhere you see the sign that says no parking December 1st through February 28th or March 1st, whatever it says, that specific section outlines all of those street sections. So it impacts both day and night parking throughout those months.
Yeah, so based upon that, I don't think that what we have agended here would adequately give a citizen of Shorewood a resident notice that there was going to be consideration of the winter parking as separately from 516. And, I think that could be for a future agenda item, and then we could visit that on the next. But the agenda items tonight are with respect to overnight parking and amending 516 and then policy 39.
To simplify this process, can we just vote on this, the motion that's on the floor?
Well, that's an amendment though. They have to either take away their amendment or we vote on it.
Well, I don't, oh yeah, Jessica seconded, yeah. So we have to vote on the amendment first.
I've gotten kind of lost in the nuance. What's the amendment here?
Can you restate the amendment, Clerk Berkman?
Implement alternate side of the street parking with streets with sufficient width from the hours of midnight to 8 a.m.
A question, President Rosick?
Yes, trustees, yes.
Don't we need to put dates in these?
Oh, that's a great segue. President Rozek?
Can we get that answer, and then yes, Trustee Buckhorst, you're next.
The current ordinance already has the dates listed oddly addressed sides of the street between those modified hours on odd days of the week, or odd days of the calendar, I should say, and evenly addressed side of the street on even days of the calendar. So assuming that that was acceptable, that's already in the ordinance before you.
But all year?
My question was, when do we want this to take effect?
Is it all year?
Is it beginning May 1, 2021?
Which part are you talking about?
Both the original motion and the amendment.
Oh no, I'd like this to actually, I want to amend it to have it take effect immediately, at least the part about, well, no, I take that back. I think that we should, when we do this, I'd like to amend it to get rid of, well, I'm not gonna be too greedy here, but just so you guys all know, Milwaukee still has not reinstated their overnight parking rules because of the pandemic and because of, a lot of hardships that are placed on people. So one of the most generous things we probably could do as this village is to start the, the permits as soon as possible, but perhaps even suspend our overnight parking restrictions like we did back in March. And then give people ample time to understand that they could purchase permits, so this is not indefinitely going on, but save your money, do what you need to do. Come January 1st, when we do this, that you'll have to purchase, permits for $40. So.
Point of order, just Attorney Barrett, on that point, is it agendized that we could do that, currently suspend the rules for night parking? And then there, not to mention you have a motion and an amendment, and I don't know how that order would fall, but just can you answer that question first?
I'm going to rely on Bart here again. Does that have anything to do with the existing 516 or policy 39, or either of those issues addressed in there?
They're not, and if Chief Nimmer is with us, he might know that section, but I don't believe it's within 500 -16. It's in 500 somewhere that he has the authority to do that, I believe.
Chief Nimmer?
In that section.
I see he's on the line.
I'm here. I don't have the specific, I would have to look it up.
Clerk Brockman, can you look it up while we're having discussion?
Can we just clarify quickly can you repeat the amendment again?
Yep. To implement alternate side of the street parking with streets with sufficient width from the hours of midnight to 8 a.m.
Oh, okay, so the question was considering, related to a consideration to amend it further, related to the charges for the overnight fee or something, is it?
So Trustee Bachhorst's question, I believe, was, do we have the ability tonight to suspend the rules like Milwaukee until whenever we implement the new parking, so that nobody, just like we did during COVID. Is that correct, Trustee Bachhorst?
Well, kind of. My Trustee Stokebrand had suggested something about implementing this May 1st, but what I'm saying is, no. I want to implement this as soon as possible, but up until we implement it, we can always suspend the rules and just do away with overnight parking. If that's part of the problem that's like pushing this forward, is that there's too much going on. It's easy to do the one that I suggest and say, okay, you know what, we're suspending the rules on overnight parking. I can do away with that, but I don't think waiting till May 1st makes sense. But if we have to wait till May 1st for the permitting process and all the new vendors and the RFP and stuff, I say we don't punish our residents in that process, and that we do the best we can to ensure that people can park. So anyway, I guess that didn't answer your question, President Rozek, but if I had my way, we would get rid of the overnight parking restrictions altogether. So there you go.
Trustee Warren, then Leanne, then Trustee Menta.
I mean, for what it's worth, we're juggling a lot of balls in the air right now. I mean, I prefer to just take the amendment, then take the motion, and then kind of figure out where we're at. I think it'll be a lot clearer if we start actually removing things from our plate and kind of narrowing in on what we're doing as a board, and then move forward. I think, there are plenty of really good conversations right now, but I prefer to kind of take what's in front of us so we're not trying to kind of eat the whole elephant at once, or whatever the analogy would be here.
Okay. I tend to agree, but Leanne.
I just remind you, we're rapidly approaching the winter season, and I think clear direction, including clear signage, is going to be very critical as we approach plow season. And I just want to ask that you carefully consider how people will understand and how the police will enforce anything. Any immediate action is going to require signage, and we can't respond to that immediately.
Okay. Trustee Ursink, and then Trustee.
No.
Trustee Stokebrand first, or Trustee
No,
Menta
it was
first.
me.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yep. Sorry, Trustee Menta.
I don't want to make a parking change and then 3 months later make another parking change, and then 3 months later evaluate and make another parking change. I mean, every time we make a parking change, people are going to get annoyed. Some people aren't going to like it, and then we're going to have to hear about it, and it's going to cause confusion, and it's going to make people angry. So I think part of the idea is like, let's do it. Let's have a complete and comprehensive idea of what we're doing and do it. And just go through, it's like, just go through the pain once, right? Rather than having to continually be revising and going through the pain. So that's why I think we should, I agree with Trustee Stokebrand. We probably need to move maybe implementation till after March 1st. So we'll get through this winter and let's just do it all in one fell swoop and be done.
I agree with that. And that's where we started 4.5 years ago, was to change all parking regulations at one time. But it's been 4.5 years and somehow we're still here. But I do agree with that. It should be a comprehensive view. Trustee Ursink.
I just want to know from Leanne's perspective, what's a good timeline for sign change out if we are going to change for alternate side parking? What would you say? What's a reasonable time to implement something like that?
I think to some degree that certainly depends on the ordinance changes and what you are looking to implement. It also depends largely on the time of year. If we need to put, if it's a simple matter of swapping out signs on existing posts, that's a very different thing than having to replace posts because of locations. Clearly that becomes a weather issue. But I will say, my answer to you, and I apologize, is it really depends on what you ultimately tell us that you want to do. In some cases, I think our staff could do much of the signage changes. In other cases, I think we may not be able to, depending on time of year.
Trustee Bockhorst?
So I think I have a simple solution to the problem about getting the word out and making all these changes and whatnot. What if we roll this out and say anyone who currently holds a permit, because the village has a record of every single permit holder in this village, correct? As far as who pays to park in one of our village lots, or who has a hardship, we explain to them. We roll this out in that phase. And that, by the way, is the most equitable thing that we can do here, guys, because we are impacting those who are we are alleviating those who are the most impacted by this. And I don't know, forgive me, if we need to put up signs for them, but if they have a contract and it says, this is where you park, this side of the street, and here you go, they pay the fee, whatever the heck the thing is. And then we start there. That way we can have some data also for those who like to evaluate things in a slower rollout. And then we can expand the program. This would also help those on this board that are worried that, Peak Streets will be overparked, this and that. But the one thing I do not want to do, guys, because we did make a decision. We did make a decision last month on this, and it got out there. And then we quietly took that decision back. And now we're going to make a decision again. And again, we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good here. We don't want to say, oh, we got to wait until May to do this and that, because we need all these things. Yes, in an ideal world, everything would coalesce and we would roll everything out together. But we live in a pandemic right now, guys. We live in an ever-evolving environment on a variety of fronts. And we already did pass a change in our ordinance, allowing, saying that this was coming. And I cannot stand behind it. And I hope that some of my board members are listening, that then deciding that we're wishy-washy and that we got to wait and punt it out 6 more months because we have to do all these other things. We did make a decision, and to Trustee Amanta's point, yeah, it can be confusing and annoying when we make a decision and then claw it back and then decide to make something else. So let's do something. Let's do it for the dang right reasons here, guys. And if we want to help people who are really impacted by who get tickets and all these other things and have issues parking in Shorewood, let's help them. That's our job. Okay. And then beyond that, we can worry about who wants to park on the street and this and that. So, and we can do this because we have the information. The village of Shorewood knows who holds a permit in those lots. So that's an easy solution. If you want to go beyond that, I think that's fantastic, but absolutely not am I waiting until May 1st on this. And I don't think it's responsible to our electorate to do that as well.
Thank you. Am I off mute? I just want to go back in time for 1 second. I was the original impetus for requesting, along with Trustee Bockhorst, a change in our parking regulations. I read every word as a public safety chair of our parking regulations, every ordinance, every policy, multiple times. And I can tell you, at that time, 4.5 years ago, there's no way I or anyone who had read them all, and I believe Attorney Barry, you were around, and Chris was there, could make incremental changes to parking like we're doing right now. Because there's time conflicts. I could go back into my notes. We spent so much time on this. The ordinances, you can't take them separate, the parking ordinances or the policy, because they have, like Bart saying, that some of it overlaps with winter parking. Some of it overlaps with alternate sides. Some of it overlaps with even time. Some of it says like, you can park for 2 hours and then there's zones for 1 hour. The only thing that was requested not to be looked at and comprehensively brought before this board to deal with parking for 4.5 years was the RCA. No one wanted to touch the RCA because it was working. So there was no reason to touch the daytime RCA. It took too long to get into place for both Milwaukee and us. That was the request. And so I know because I was there. We had an interim director when Chris left, interim village manager, who also studied this for 6 months comprehensively. And with Tyler, our assistant village manager, presented to me and Mark, so the four of us sat and had a report that he then sent to the board at that time before he left his interim position. And it was a long report, and it addressed everything except the RCA. And then my disappointment is I don't know, I haven't been involved since the assistant director or the interim director left. I haven't had any questions posed to me by this current administration. So I'm just perplexed at how it's not being seen. When I read it, it was very clear there's no way we can address one ordinance at a time. You needed to address parking. So I understand the interim approach, like that it makes it easier, I guess, to swallow, but I'm telling you, they conflict. And I hope all the trustees sitting on this board have read all those ordinances and can understand whether they conflict or not. And Bart, I see you want to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so the reason that we were comfortable with a phased approach is that because expanding the night permit essentially just expands what's currently offered, whether that's through a hardship or through a free temporary permission. And so allowing that permit to be purchased just expands the opportunity for that. It would not require any change in other parts of that ordinance. The part where it does get confusing is when you start talking about including, revised alternate side or new winter parking. So the reason that we, or I should say, I and the advisory group was comfortable taking a phased approach was that we felt that allowing the purchase of the permit was something that you could do under the current parameters of the other restrictions. And then at that point, you would get a better understanding of how many people were purchasing it and where it was being impacted. That at that point, you could then research what additional modifications were required.
Thank you. But what I'm saying is, why would we did that with Duncan. We did an incremental approach that cost us a ton of money because we customized the software incrementally. There was no intent to do this incrementally when we started out on our parking analysis. If you read the interim village manager's report after a 6-month roundtables and talking with Diane, and where did that report go? And how did we get from that, which addressed everything except the RCA, to this incremental approach? I mean, we have so much that conflicts in those ordinances and policies. I don't know if I'm the only one besides maybe Bart that's read them all. I know Tyler, if he's still on the line, maybe you have. I know Chief Nimmer, you were part of these conversations.
I'm sorry, point of parliamentary procedure and order. What are you trying to make here, trustee? Is it to obfuscate? Because I'm hearing that we can do this and that we do this piecemeal. Our parking has been piecemeal.
Okay.
I've been on the village board longer than you, and I agree. I'm frustrated by it, but this is taking a step forward, not backwards. If we go back, so I'm not sure what you're trying to say. So I'd like to
clarify.
That's not a point of parliamentary procedure.
It's
I
not.
mean, if you're going to yell point of order, then you should know what those things are.
But I will clarify, and Trustee Menta is correct. My point being is that I am frustrated. I do not want to vote for this incrementally. That is why I voted to reconsider. I think we have all the information we need back in the interim village manager's report after he did his, and we were building upon that and we lost it. And
was that included in the parking, the $100,000 we spent on this? Was that included in that?
It was given to consultants, my hope is.
President Rozek?
100,000 guys, and here we are.
Kathy's had her hand up for like 20 minutes now.
Oh, Trustee Stokebrand. So I just wanted to clarify because Trustee Bachhorst had asked, I'm not comfortable doing the incremental approach. Trustee Stokebrand.
So there were two main reasons that I decided that it was a good idea to reconsider. One of it was to do the RFP on the software, which is a big contract. And number two, it was the DPW. I wanted to give them a chance to do the signs, and I wanted them to be able to do the snow removal and the garbage pickup and the leaves. And that's a big enough concern to me to push it off into May. I think it's worth waiting to get the RFP, to do snow removal, get snow removal done, get the garbage and the leaves figured out, and to get the signs up. So I would like to vote on the amendment first with a date that says May 1, and then I'd like to vote on the regular motion. Also, do we need to put a date in there also of May 1? And let's go forward.
Okay,
Or we can deal with the
I will make an amendment to my amendment to add the date to be implemented May 1st, 2021.
And is the board, in order to do that, the board needs to have, no one needs to object to that.
And Jessica would need to second it.
Right, but the whole board would have to say yes, which includes Jessica. Does anybody object to that friendly amendment? Okay.
Yeah, to go to May,
I do.
I do too.
I would object to going to May 1. I'd prefer to get it implemented there.
Okay, so then we cannot do that. We cannot make that adjustment at this moment. You can.
Okay, all right, then I'm going to call a question on my amendment.
Okay, so we will vote to call the question. Clerk Brockman. Sorry.
I need a second to call the question.
We do? Okay. Is there a second to call?
Second.
Question.
All right.
Okay.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Seconded by Trustee Stokebrand?
Yep.
Is this to call the question?
This is to call the question.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Call the question passes 7-0.
Okay, so now please read the amendment.
Yes.
We're voting on the amendment.
On the amendment first. So here's the amendment. To implement alternate side of the street parking with streets with sufficient width from the hours of midnight to 8 a.m. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, now we will vote on the amended motion.
To approve ordinance 3013, an ordinance amending section 500-16 night parking to allow overnight parking in the village of Shorewood with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to commercial enterprises, implementing alternate side of the street parking with streets with sufficient width from the hours of midnight to 8 a.m. Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Well done, everyone.
Okay, when is this effective? We didn't have that in the motion or the amendment then.
Nope, it's not in there. So we will move on to the next. Yes, Bart.
When was it originally effective?
The ordinance, section 8 of the ordinance says that would be effective January 1st, 2021. That will require, staff to make changes to software and things like that. But that is what is in the current ordinance that was just adopted.
Right.
And,
Okay. That's what I
and you
thought.
don't think it's feasible to be done by January? I mean, we're going to have to change that date because.
I mean, I think a lot of it will depend on what is discussed in item 9G, but correct. I personally think with software changes required for that, that will be difficult, if not.
Well, if anything, we'll have to allow people to park on the street over the holidays like we always do, and then maybe give us a little bit more time to do the other things that some of you guys wanted, like the RFPs. So it sounds like a great compromise.
Correct. We as staff will look at what this means for implementation and provide you with more information. I just don't have the answer for it right now, but we will need to sit down and discuss what that means with implementation based on the rest of these motions.
So we may have to change the implementation date, and if, like, you'll come back with possible
Correct.
changes.
We'll come back with more information on that.
All right, can I also, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to return at that time with an amendment to whatever section of the ordinance it is that is winter parking.
Can we do that?
So that we can eliminate winter parking regulations.
For the way that it's noted is just a reconsideration of the previous motion, but you can certainly give staff that direction with, without necessarily a full motion that the board would like to see additional information related to X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, I don't think we can vote on it, but we can give direction, correct?
Well, I could do an item for future agenda, or I guess we can all just kind of nod our heads. Yeah, we want to get rid of winter parking. I want to get rid of winter parking.
Yes. Okay.
President Rosick, I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Stokebrand.
Do we want to do that when we've passed something, we've passed overnight parking and alternate side parking and we have no effective date? So how can we deal with winter parking when we don't even have a date that our parking change is supposed to start?
January 1st, correct?
Correct. The ordinance that just passed has a January 1st implementation date. We'll confirm that and bring that back to you, but that's what's most
okay. All right, thank you.
Well, I don't understand. A point of order, I guess. Wouldn't we move to reconsider and change it now? Because when we pass a motion, oh, you have two times to change it. That's this meeting to reconsider and or the next one to change that date. Is that not true?
Well, you already voted on it, so if you can move to reconsider it, but then you're gonna have to take it up at the next.
Okay, what is another option to change that date?
But that sounds more like an implementation issue than.
Okay.
Than
I don't think we need to do it as a reconsideration.
Yeah, I don't.
We can just do it as another future motion.
It just passed. Trustee Carpenter, I don't know.
I just wanted to see from Director Grubentrag, do you have enough information from, and sounds like consensus from the board to direction for changing the resolution regarding winter parking?
Correct. I would bring that as a separate item at a future meeting.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and your word tonight is that we do not need to reconsider. We can make a future motion to address implementation date.
You can always amend you can always amend it later, the implementation date.
Okay. Okay. Trustee Menta.
Can I ask a question? President Rosick, when you were mentioning all the different areas that we had to consider, if we consider winter parking, is that comprehensively getting to everything, or are there other issues that we need to change? What?
There's other issues. So there's two ordinances that deal with parking, and there is a policy, or two policies. I can't remember now. It's been 4.5 years. But regardless, the two ordinances conflict, and there are times like 8 to 10, and then there's other restrictions from like 9 to 10. I don't know how to explain it, but they're in separate ordinances. And so you really need to just write one parking ordinance. You need to repeal your parking ordinances and write one. And we're not doing that. So we can do winter parking, but then there's more stuff in that ordinance that is not correct.
President Rosick?
Move on.
What else do we need to do tonight? Do we need to do policy 39?
Let me see. We can keep going. I've already objected. Policy, we can go to the next one, sure. Let's see, 9F. Are we all ready to go to 9F?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Move along.
Anybody object? Okay. Reconsider modifications of night parking regulations. Are we doing policy 39, overnight parking permissions?
Did the motion at the preceding meeting specifically encompass policy 39?
Correct. The previous motion I have on the table, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was a motion and a second to adopt policy 39, overnight parking permissions, including the updated verbiage with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to commercial properties.
That is correct.
This took to modify alternate side parking would not impact anything in this policy, so I would have no further need for modification if this were able to pass as motioned.
Can I ask why it's a policy? And
The-
not.
Correct. The policy was drafted, and this was a previously unadopted policy. It was drafted years ago that never got adopted, but the policy will essentially
Why isn't it written to the ordinance?
dictate how staff administers the ordinance. So it's information that in my opinion, does not need to be within the code. It's more of a which department does what kind of thing. And so it clarifies, because me coming into the situation, it was very unclear to me how we administer these things. So this is largely just a documentation of administration of overnight parking.
And we don't do that in ordinances. Okay, trustee
Including
Warren
20
and trustee Amenta.
Just for clarity's sake, do we need a motion here, or is this motion already on the floor? Because I would make the motion if it weren't. Maybe that's a question for you.
This motion is already on the floor. All three of the previously adopted motions are coming back to the point at the same point. So there already was a motion and a second for this one. It's just being voted on to reconsider whether or not there's any additional discussion or changes.
Or amend it. Okay, go ahead, trustee Amenta.
I just, on the second paragraph, we say between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. I think we need to change that from midnight to 8 a.m. But with that amendment, I'll move to approve policy number 39, overnight parking permissions.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Amenta and a second by trustee Warren. Further discussion?
There's another, President Rosick, there's another item there about the time register their vehicle through the online parking module on the village website prior to 1 a.m. on the date of which they are requesting. Is that, do we need to change that then to say 11 p.m. or midnight?
I don't know
what I'm saying.
Bert?
11 p.m. the day before they're requesting permission?
So just to clarify, the alternate side parking is one ordinance. The require for a permit was not changed. So the permit requirements are still between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. The alternate side, which you modified, is now going to be midnight to 8 a.m. So with that, this temporary night parking permission, as long as you have it by 1 a.m. when the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. check comes around, that the 1 a.m. would still work in my mind. The additional modification tonight just means that you need to make sure that you're parking the right street before you get that permit. But I don't think either of these times would need to change.
It just seems really confusing. And we're trying to make this as simple as possible. Okay, if that works. I thought simplicity was a goal here.
Yeah, I agree.
As well as progress.
I mean, no changes were contemplated to temporary overnight parking permissions, so that's where this came in. And as previously drafted, all the times were, 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. So with that expansion, we are going to have some communication things that we'll need to clarify, but these would not technically need to change, for my opinion.
Isn't it 1 a.m. to give enough lead time to get it into the system before the parking
Correct.
checkers out there? Yeah.
Correct.
So there's got to be a heads up a couple hours in advance so that the information's processed so they can get to the parking checker.
So isn't that why we'd want 11 p.m. the day prior?
This is the current administration of that program. Once again, it just has never been adopted, but that is the current policy, is that it needs to be in by 1 a.m. for the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. check. You could move it up. I have no objection to moving it up. If you feel it's more clear, I will say I have no objection to moving it up. It wouldn't technically need to change.
Are you saying because the alternate side from midnight is going to switch at midnight and that's in effect no matter what? So it's not, so if you have a temporary permission, you need to be on that side of the street anyhow from midnight, even though your permission may start at 3. I don't know. It is kind of confusing, but I think I understand what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? Like alternate side is going to apply to that night, even though your permit is from 3 to 5.
Right.
Alternate also applies on top of that.
With or without a permit, starting at midnight, alternate side parking will now be in effect.
Right. Okay.
It's to the permit.
I just want to read. Some people are freezing up on my screen, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to reiterate. I'm going to vote no on everything dealing with parking tonight because it is, in my mind, very clear that we need to have one ordinance that addresses parking.
Can we move on with the vote for this?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, go ahead. Trustee Warren?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, I agree.
Technically, this is because the original.
We have a motion. Go ahead, Attorney Garr.
Because the original motion was brought back to the floor by the motion to reconsider, so we're back at the spot where we were. So really, I think what I heard was really an amendment to the underlying motion.
I'll withdraw my amendment.
Oh.
Does anyone
And
object?
I'll just move that we
It
approve.
was on the floor and it was seconded, right? Is that correct, the amendment?
That's accurate.
And so if so, I just want to make sure there's no objections from any board member. No, okay. So that's withdrawn and we're back to the original motion.
All right, so I'll move to approve policy number 39 on overnight parking permissions.
I'll second.
Okay, so motion by Trustee Mentis, is this correct, Nathan? And seconded.
For all intents and purposes, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it really was moved and seconded
Already on there, yeah.
meeting, but it really, as long as the vote is proper and there's a majority and it meets all the other requirements, who seconded it is really sort of immaterial.
Okay, well, we'll just go with the original motion that's already on the floor, whoever was the motion maker and the second. Can you repeat that? And then let's take the roll call vote.
The original motion was to adopt policy 39, overnight parking permissions, including the updated verbiage with a limit of 2 overnight parking permits per residential household and an unlimited number of overnight parking permits available to commercial enterprises.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Stokerbrand. He walked away. We'll
Okay, let's go ahead.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Ursing.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
And no, Trustee Stokerbrand absent for the vote. Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, so 5-1 and 1 absence. Is that how it's noted in the motion in the minute? Okay, so we can move on to the next agenda item, which can you please read? Because my phone.
Yep. So it's then to reconsider resolution 2020-30, a resolution for amending fees within the village fee schedule relative to on-street and off-street overnight parking and daytime and 24-hour parking within off-street lots.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I guess we could start, this is also under the reconsideration portion, correct? So if we could go back and maybe reread the underlying motion that is now before.
Yep. Before us, Clerk Brockman.
To approve resolution 2020-30, a resolution for amending fees within the village fee schedule relative to on-street and off-street overnight parking and daytime 24-hour parking within off-street lots as drafted.
Okay, is there any further discussion before we take a vote? If not, take the roll call.
Trustee Ursing.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Stokerbrand. Oh, thumbs up. President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you. And we will move on then to reconsider the contract approval for Getchna as the new citation and parking permit management software provider. What is the underlying motion that we are at?
To allow staff to negotiate a 3-year service agreement with G-Techna for citation and parking permit management services, and to approve them as the village's new citation and parking permit management services provider.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Mayor.
I just had a quick comment. Just to keep in mind when moving to reconsider awards of contracts. In this particular case, because the motion to reconsider was made literally minutes after the underlying motion had been made on the same evening, and we hadn't proceeded to this state where we had let anybody know that a contract was being awarded at the meeting, and we hadn't proceeded to executing any documents where we're essentially okay. But if there is in the future, if someone decides to make a vote to reconsider, 2 weeks later at the next meeting, and we've already gone through those steps to execute the contract, we would run into issues with respect to the individual we contracted with and potentially have liability associated with essentially breaking the contract. So just keep that in mind for future reference.
Okay, so the underlying motion is to grant the contract approval?
Correct.
Okay, I'll just be voting no because I think we need to go to RFP. Anybody else? If not, go ahead and take the roll call.
Well, hold on a second. So we're looking at it. I mean, I guess the question was, what's the timeline for doing an RFP? And if we are implementing, April 1st or May 1st, I presume there's time to do an RFP, correct?
Nope, it's January 1st.
Well, at this point, but I think staff has made clear we're not going to be able to implement January 1st, and they're going to come back with a revised implementation date. Is that not correct?
Correct. That's the only way that I see moving forward, is that we as staff will need to sit down and discuss how this is possible. If you would approve to move forward with G-Techna, we could see how that means. If you move forward with an RFP, we'll see what that process needs to spell out to be. And so based on your direction for this, we will likely need to come back with a revised implementation schedule. I hope I was clear in that the original discussion as well. We will try to make January 1st work, but if an RFP is required, we'll have to have an interim, discussion of what that means for January 1st. But it'd be at whatever you guys decide in terms of either approving the G-Techna or the RFP. I don't know if Mark is on the call or not. If he has any further information, this was kind of his item.
I don't see that. Trustee Warren?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna stay consistent with my vote from last meeting. This is a high dollar contract. I think we need to go out to RFP. I'm hopeful that staff can do it as quickly as they can. I understand it might require some amendments, but we'll adapt as we'll adapt the date as that comes in. But I am going to stay consistent with my prior vote on this.
I agree. Anybody else? Okay.
So my understanding from our discussion last time was this will push us to at least March on this, right? And then we're going to expect staff to come up with a Band-Aid software to get us from January to March.
I don't have an answer for you on that. It would, based on your direction, we will sit down, as soon as possible and determine the timelines that will be required for an RFP and bring that back to you. But I don't have an answer with respect to whether it's March 1st or February 1st or whatnot, or January 1st if possible.
Thank you.
Trustee Amenta?
I think from reading the minutes from our last meeting, Mark said that we were past our contract date with Duncan, but we're kind of on like a month to month. So we'll continue with Duncan until we have, evaluate the RFP and make another contract award.
The problem with that was that we're going to need to make changes based on the the things you just passed as a board tonight. So the software has to be changed in order to make those changes effective January 1st. So what I heard tonight, though, was that it's the intent of the board to come back, not reconsider tonight, but to come back at a different date to change the implementation date from January 1st to March after the winter. And if that's correct, then we would have enough time to do the RFP. But again, we didn't reconsider that tonight, but I did hear that was the intent of the board, at least that's what I heard from the conversation.
I think what I heard was that staff needs some time to put things together, and then they can come back with what the options are for us, and then we can make any adjustments based on that.
Trustee Stokbrand, I just remember you talking about waiting till after the winter season.
Right, because if they need to change the signs, I mean, I don't see how we expect staff to get this done.
Okay, anybody else? Trustee Ursink.
Yeah, I'd love to, I'd love to hear staff's, I always defer to that, but I'd love to hear what staff thinks about this particular topic, where we are in relation to everything else we just approved, and what their recommendation would be. And I think, for this particular topic, I think we would need to give them, at least till next meeting to come back to us with these options. So I would suggest deferring maybe this particular, vote until the next meeting when we might have a little bit more information.
Bart?
I think direction as soon as possible will help us potentially achieve that January 1st deadline. The longer we delay it, the more likely that January 1st deadline becomes impossible. So if there is any desire to move forward without an RFP, I guess I'd like to hear that, but I'm hearing, a split opinion. If we wait 2 weeks, it will definitely delay the January 1st expectation even further. So if Becky's has any opinion on that, she's probably worked more closely with Mark than I have. I've not been involved with that contract negotiation and the potential RFP. I can let you know that we will try to get you what you can, but delaying it, I don't know if that's going to give us any better standing.
Rebecca?
Mark has been the sole contact with GTechna. However, he relayed pretty clearly at the last meeting that any delay from 2 weeks ago would not result in implementation this year. So I think it's consistent with what Bart said before. Given all the changes that the board has made, the staff's going to need to convene as a group because it touches multiple departments to assess what the implementation timeline will be and then report back to you. But I don't have any level of confidence in a January 1st implementation.
I agree. Anybody else? Trustee Backhorst.
Yeah, obviously Duncan and others know this is coming. So, and also we did reconsider the vote that we made 2 meetings ago. So we have already delayed, this board has delayed this process. So, but we can't go backwards, so we have to go forward. So I agree, if you need to get the stuff together for the RFP and also find out concurrently from Duncan, who we're going month to month on anyway, what modifications and what they would cost. And who knows, maybe they want to get in on this RFP and want to show what good stewards they are and do some, and know that they're not the only one out there right now and that we are considering others. So this gives them an opportunity to maybe lower their costs and give us a better product and win our bid.
Okay.
So where does that leave us?
Trustee Carpenter?
We have a motion on the table in a second, so can we call it a question?
We can vote to call the question.
I'll second that.
Okay. Clerk Bruckman.
To call the question. Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Backhorst.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Aye.
Motion to call the question passes 7-0.
Okay, and can we now vote on the motion?
Yes. The motion is to allow staff to negotiate a 3-year service agreement with G Techna for citation and parking permit management services and to approve them as the village's new citation and parking permit management services provider. Trustee Carpenter,
No.
Trustee Bachhorst,
Yes.
Trustee Ursink,
Yes.
Trustee Amenta,
No.
Trustee Warren,
No.
Trustee Stokebrand,
No.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion fails 5-2.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion to go to an RFP, or is that just implicit?
If we,
Oh, I'm asking a question first. Attorney Barrett and then Trustee Bachhorst.
Would it be consistent with our internal municipal policy? It meets the minimum requirements and all that in terms of the value of the contract and all of those things.
I mean,
If that's the case, I think it'll be RFP.
we didn't RFP it the last time, so.
Well, I mean, staff brought it for consideration, and that's now been rejected.
Okay, so we don't need to make a motion to follow our procedure.
No.
Okay, thank you.
But
and
President Rosick?
Yes, Trustee Bachhorst.
What we did decide at our lengthy discussion on this the last time before the vote was reconsidered that staff, we were fine as a board with staff writing the RFP, and that it did not need to come back to us for approval, that we trust their judgment. And I think in the essence of time that and the good faith that we put forward in the last time, that we go with that. So
I think we have time. I don't wholeheartedly agree with that anymore.
well, it sounds, we only have time. How do we have time if this is starting January 1st?
Not going to. Rebecca just said there's no way it can start January 1st. And Mark said if we delayed it as of last meeting, we're not going to have a January 1st implementation date.
Right, so we might have free overnight parking then January 1st.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'd like to echo what Trustee Bachhorst says and go with staff's opinion on this and verbiage for an RFP.
I think we voted on 9G, so I think we should move on to reports.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to go back to the agenda here. We voted on 9G, reconsider the contract approval. Okay, we don't need to do anything further. But Trustee Bachhorst brings up a good point. We made I know that we voted on it, but we also at the last meeting had stated voluntarily, without putting it in the motion, that we would have staff do a speedy, not bring it back to us. I don't remember what the exact verbiage was. Are we keeping that even though we didn't put it in the motion? I don't think we need to. It's not in the motion. So I think we
Well,
just.
there's nothing agendaed on that point either, so I think we should move on to 10.
Okay, so no. All right, so we're going to move on to reports of village officials. For the village president, I do not have one tonight. Village trustees?
I have one.
Yes, Trustee Stokebrand, and then I see Trustee Bachhorst has one. And then Carpenter. Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
Trustee.
I just wanted to briefly talk about the Plan Commission. We met September 29th and we reviewed drafts of 3 of the chapters in the comprehensive plan for the 10-year update. Issues and opportunities, intergovernmental cooperation, and land use. And in issues and opportunities, the feedback consultants received, they led to 4 strategic directions. Number 1 is to ensure redevelopment on Capitol and Oakland meets community goals. Number 2 is to promote inclusivity, racial equity, and diversity. Number 3, to actively pursue attainable and affordable housing for all Shorewood residents. And number 4 is to remain flexible in the face of retail and office uncertainty. Although we spent a lot of time discussing height restrictions, we also talked about going to form-based zoning standards, which is conducive to establishing upfront what the community wants rather than reacting to what it dislikes. The conventional zoning we use focuses on land use, And form-based zoning standards look at the relationship between buildings and, for example, the street, pedestrians, vehicles, public and private spaces, things like that. The public engagement meeting will be in mid-November, and a draft of the plan should be available in late November or early December.
Thank you so much for that update. Trustee, does anyone have questions? And if not, go ahead, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. The League of Wisconsin Municipalities annual conference starts tomorrow. So I will be saying goodbye as past president and moving off that board. We're still doing a mainly virtual conference, and there are some in-person workshops, but I'm not sure. I think they're spread throughout the state and throughout time. So just bringing that up. Also, what was the other? Well, I think that's about it. So thanks.
Okay, any other trustee reports? Seeing none, move to the village manager.
No report.
No report, okay. Then we will move on to items for future agenda, for future consideration. 11A, consider the next steps for the police union complaint. Trustee Ursink.
Yeah, I think, I've seen enough in between email communications and talking to various staff that this is definitely an item that we should probably bring up in, committee, whether it be JP&L or public safety. I think this could be a potentially very negative issue for our village, and I think it deserves the attention of all the trustees. So that's why I'm putting on for the items for future consideration.
Okay, so you need to make a motion and get a second.
So I'd like to move to consider. The next. Let's see. I guess what would your recommendation be here? So to move to put the issue of this police union complaint into a committee. JP&L.
Up to a future agenda.
I'd like to move to consider putting the police union complaint on a future agenda.
And do you have a
I'll second that.
Okay. And for discussion purposes, I won't repeat the letter. I hope everyone read my response as the appointing authority. And I'll be voting no on the response was given, so I will be voting no, or they can take it to circuit court. Anybody else?
I have a question.
Trustee Warren and then Trustee Sopran.
I was just wondering, how do we determine which committee it goes to? Is there a recommendation from Attorney Bayer or?
I think you just put it in the motion and it was seconded. So it's going to JP&L for it, unless you amend that motion.
I don't think there was any mention in the motion as to where it would go.
Oh, you did JP&L? Trustee Ursink?
No.
Oh, there was no committee? Okay. It would need to go into the motion, or?
I don't think it does.
No,
it pursuant to our ordinance on 155-23, it doesn't specify. It just says that
whoever makes the motion,
charges against village officers shall be laid on the table or referred to a committee for investigation. So it's up to the body. I think there's some precedent, though. We recently had other charges against other village officers that were referred to committee, and I'm trying to remember which committee that was.
But it was.
Yeah, I'll amend it. I will say I would recommend public.
Go ahead. You can make it. You can make a suggestion, and then I'll ask the board.
I would suggest public safety.
So, is there anybody that objects to putting that into the motion? Okay, then the motion is. Can you read it back, Sarah?
Yep, to move to consider on a future agenda the police union complaint to the Public Safety Committee.
So on a public safety agenda, right? Committee agenda. To move to consider it on a public safety agenda. Trustee Warren.
Yeah, my question is more process-based for you, Nate. I'm certainly not, by voting on this, I'm certainly not saying that the charges have any validity or making any kind of any kind of determination based on the charges, but in terms of process, is that statute, should we be following the charges ordinance for this type of complaint?
Yeah, I know that everybody's received my a legal opinion on that in writing, and there was a couple of follow-up questions from a couple of the trustees, and I explained how police commissioner is defined as a municipal officer pursuant to chapter 62 and 63 of the Wisconsin statutes, and how chapter 17 plays into that. So my interpretation of it, and by the way, the attorney for the village, or excuse me, the attorney for the municipal police union called me to ask where in the process this was. And I just told him it was, we were going to be hearing something from the village president. That was before she released her letter. And, you know, the board would take it up as it sees appropriate. And one of the things he told me is he was submitting it to the board specifically under 155-24. So, and the ordinance says that, or excuse me, I'm sorry, 155-23, which says that if it's submitted to the board, it should be referred to a committee for investigation to determine if there was any further action on it.
Under the heading of village board, can I ask one question? In your first memo, it does say that at pleasure, the appointing authority, based on the Wisconsin statute, should have the first right to remove a commissioner at pleasure. And my response was, I did not think that was necessary nor correct, based on the charge of bribery. But they didn't ask about
bribery. I don't know what you're talking about.
So they quoted the statute 1713 clearly states removal for cause. 1959, the Code of Ethics for Local Government. And if you read that, it's all about accepting material items for a vote.
The complaint clearly, in my mind, stated that their complaint under Chapter 17, they were asking him to be removed for cause as defined by Chapter 17 of the Wisconsin statutes, because their position, if you read the complaint, their complaint is that as a practical matter, if he would have to recuse himself on any matters associated with discipline over a municipal police officer, that for all intents and purposes, he would not be able to.
Please read paragraph 6.
I'm not, you have my opinion, and I explained this to you when you raised it on the phone with me numerous times, and I walked you through it, and I had a follow-up email on it. So I don't really want to go through it.
Ranted on the phone? That's pretty derogatory.
Excuse me? I said I answered your follow-up question on it while we were on the phone. I didn't use the word. I did not say the word rant. You said the word rant.
Okay. I'm begging the board to read paragraph 6, because they state that the reason for cause is and please, Trustee Warren, as a lawyer, read paragraph 6, which is it's like whereas, and then be it resolved, and that tells you what the cause is. And it is for cause based on 1959 Wisconsin statute setting forth the Code of Ethics for local government officials and employees. This section only refers to monetary payments for official action, in exchange for official action. It does not say anything about what Nathan just said. So I've checked with 2 private attorneys. I don't understand how they want him removed for cause. Section 1713 says removal of an officer for cause is done by the circuit court.
I'm sorry, but aren't we just voting if we want to hear this in committee right now, not whether or not?
I'm hoping we don't, because there's no ground for it. There's no ground to refer this to the village board.
I mean, he didn't say to vote on, he said just to bring it to a committee. So I guess I'm confused by the confusion.
Trustee Menta.
You know, my feeling about this one is this was a village president appointment. It is purely by the village president. The board did not even approve the appointment. So I'm not sure why we would get involved. And I mean, they made an appeal. to the appointing authority, and the appointing authority is the village president, who said she's not going to remove the person. I mean, I just feel like we didn't approve the appointment in the first place, and I have no interest in getting involved in the middle of this. So I'm going to vote no.
Trustee Warren.
But Nate, again, your opinion though is clearly that this should follow the charge procedure outlined in the Shorewood Village ordinance. Again, I'm not voting on the underlying, I'm make clear, I'm not voting on the underlying charge that's been levied. I'm voting on whether the procedure that we need to follow here. I just want to be real clear as we discuss this.
That's the opinion I've rendered in writing that's been shared with the board, yes.
Okay, any further questions? If not, Sarah, read the motion.
Yep. Move to consider on a future public safety agenda, next steps for the police union complaint.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Amenta.
No.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rosick.
No.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so it'll be on the next agenda for public safety? Is that correct, Rebecca? Okay, all right. So I think that takes care of everything. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Wait, I have an item for a future agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I actually have two. I have one on, I would like to open Village Hall. I'd like to find a way to open Village Hall either with plexiglass. The library is open. Stores are open. I feel like we need to figure out ways to start opening back up safely. And given that, you know, COVID's going to be here for a while. So that's one. And a second item, if I could, so I'd like to move to consider opening a Village Hall.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? If not, please call the roll.
I was.
Do you have, Trustee Warren.
I was just going to say, you know, in theory, I think let's take a look at it. I'm not saying that when we consider it that I'm going to vote for it necessarily, but I think Trustee Amenta has a good point that we need to start to think about these things as this is going to be a long-term issue.
Okay. Anybody else?
I just say, you know, numbers are worse than they've ever been. And if we close down Village Hall when there was a handful of cases, now we've got, Wisconsin is by far the worst state. And I feel much more comfortable doing Zoom calls like this, where we have a greater public engagement than actually sitting in Village Hall.
Yeah, I don't know that those two go together. Trustee Bachhorst.
Yeah, I also agree with what Trustee Warren said. I'm all for discussing it, especially because I think that it'll highlight even more ways that we can be safe as a community and things that we can do better. However, I am going to stress, and I know that we have one board meeting before the election, that there's no way in heck I would recommend that we in any way put our staff in danger ever, but also especially right before an election. So I think that we really need to, and this is a great conversation, but I want us all to think about going forward for this coming election and ensuring that we can have the most success as possible. So I will vote for this, but for the discussion, of course.
Trustee Carpenter.
Just to be clear, they are not hand in hand. That's correct. The opening of Village Hall and the in-person meeting would be separate. Correct?
Right. I'm not talking about us necessarily meeting. I'm just saying Village Hall should be open to the public.
Got it.
And I'll alternate staffing it.
And I also want to point out, you know, the statewide number, I mean, it really depends what geographic area you look at. I mean, statewide numbers are very bad, but that's all up there. Milwaukee County, you know, had a little bit of a bump and now we're going back down, and it's very localized. I mean, if there's an outbreak in Green Bay, it doesn't really affect us.
I would just like to say that I would like this on agenda because I do feel like the health department has talked about a reopening plan. We've talked about that for months ago for other businesses and in our community. So I do think it's time that we have that discussion. It might not be that we decide we reopen tomorrow, might be that, but I do think we need a plan for reopening at some point. And since the health department's already been talking about that with the ICC months ago, for regular businesses, we are a business. I think it's time that we talk about it. So I will be voting yes to put it on the agenda. Any further discussion? If not, please say the motion and call the roll.
Yep, to move to consider reopening Village Hall on a future agenda. Trustee Warren.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
President Rozek.
Aye.
Okay, and I have one more item for a future agenda. I'd like to consider the Village Code Section 155-23, charges against officers. I mean, I think we need to talk about it. Personally, I think we should just get rid of it, but at least discuss what the purpose is, how effective it is, and whether we need it anymore, because I think we've wasted a lot of time this year, things we haven't been able to discuss or get to, and now we're going to be discussing further, and it's I don't think it's an efficient use of our time, and I'd like to see us amend this code.
I'll second that. It's not a future agenda. So can you read the motion and then we'll have further discussion if needed.
Okay. So the review of chapter 155-23, charges against officers, to discuss purpose, effectiveness, and if the village board still needs it.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Is there further discussion to put it on an agenda? Trustee Bachhorst.
So yeah, so we're not necessarily, we're discussing it for purpose, effectiveness, and just to discuss it to see if we like it or if we want to expand it or rescind it.
Correct.
Yeah, this number's come up a lot. I'd love for us to give it a whirl and talk about it. So sure.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, please call the roll.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Yes.
Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Aye.
President Rozek.
Yes.
Motion
I have a
passes
question.
7-0.
Thank you. Nathan, Attorney Bear, since we have these both on the agenda of talking about whether or not we like the process or need the process, and then we also have an item that is using the process, how should we go about doing that on a future agenda simultaneously?
I don't think it matters. I mean, the complaint was submitted prior. You can't get rid of the complaint by repealing the ordinance. It came in before any amendment.
No, they're both placed on a future agenda. Both are placed on a future agenda.
It doesn't matter, right? Because
that's what we did tonight.
This is committee, right?
Both the process.
It's up to the board. I mean,
It's a real question, Rebecca.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But this week, I'm going to be sending you that list of which then you guys as a board are going to rank your top 5. And it was agreed that you're going to take them in a prioritized order, completing one at a time. So you'll see that come up in the list, and we'll be asking for that because we're now coming to the conclusion of where we think our time will be spent and with the board prior to regular board meetings and standing committee working on the budget. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how you prioritize those items and we move forward.
Okay, so we'll be able to choose based on that list which one we're going to take up first.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. So saying that, then is there any other future agenda items? If not, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. I'll second that.
Okay, so motion by Trustee Bachhorst, second by Trustee Warren. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Have a great night. Thanks for staying awake.
Thanks, everyone.